Hello and welcome to Creating a Universe. I'm back here again with Matsumo and the Power Metal Ranger. How's it going, guys?
Hey, super good.
Going
feels
on,
like I
folks?
feels like I just saw you.
Yeah,
Feels
so
like it.
we're picking up here about the Power Metal Rangers episode that has now just come out this last week, and yeah, we did an episode on this previously. The three of us, which was super fun, and we spoke about the episode and the story and the Power Metal Rangers project and everything to do with that. So if you haven't seen the Power Metal Rangers story, or if you haven't seen that previous episode and you want to kind of have more of an introduction to that, go check that out first. So the last podcast episode that we did, previewing the Power Metal Rangers story, then we released the Power Metal Rangers story, Rangers Go, Power Metal Rangers episode 1. That's on the LovAnaverse YouTube channel now that you can check out. If you haven't, stop now and go and check that out first, because in this podcast we're gonna be going into the spoilers. We're gonna chat about the story and what happened in the episode, and what we're gonna do is, like, we're just gonna have some fun going through the story. We'll go through a little bit of a summary, kind of scene by scene, and yeah, just chat about some of those things as they come up. Perhaps our favorite bits and some fun stuff. But otherwise, just a little bit of a recap and some conversation on that, like that hopefully, go and watch that episode again so it's fresh in your mind, perhaps, and then come and hang with us now as we kind of, after show kind of hang. Let's call it. You guys up for it?
Let's do it.
Totally.
Absolutely.
All right.
So
Let's tell the story then. Let's let's start at the beginning. Scene 1, which we titled The Power Metal Ranger, right? I've got the script here. So Power Metal Ranger, Scene 1. This is like the introduction to the character. This is what kicks the story off. Who wants to take this? Tell us what happened in our very first, scene there.
I think this has to be the Power Metal Ranger to kick off the Power Metal Ranger.
Yeah, go on. Give it to
All
us.
right, guys, if you insist. Yeah, I mean, I just love this intro scene. First and foremost, even just like the visual, just the setting. Before you even get into like anything else, it's just such a killer opening scene. It's like you can just picture the camera starts rolling. It's like the episode, the show, or what opens up, and then this is what you see. It's just such a great setting. It's like it's like raining. You're in the middle of these kind of, almost like there's like a neon kind of vibe, a futuristic kind of vibe, but also like a grounded vibe. Like the buildings that are there, like they don't look like super futuristic, but it's like you can tell this is some kind of future, sort of thing, or like a space kind of thing. And
It's got that cyberpunk
it has a
kind
dark
of vibe, right?
cyberpunk, yeah, but it's also feels kind of dark and like oppressive at the same time, almost like claustrophobic. Like it just has such this cool feel to it. And then of course it opens up with this young woman being accosted by these two ne'er-do-wells. And they're also kind of unique because this one dude, like, just this very alien looking, like,
Uh-huh.
it just shows you too that it's like this is a very diverse kind of world, that even in this kind of little corner of whatever world this is that you haven't gotten to really see yet, it's already just diverse. So she's being accosted, these two thugs are robbing her or whatnot. And then you get this really cool entrance of Nathan Murphy, Power Metal Ranger, shows up, kind of saves the day, little heroics, quick draw kind of thing. Yeah, and this is your first time like seeing him. If you haven't seen the card of Nathan, the trading card of Nathan Murphy yet, this is your first time seeing him without like the ranger suit and stuff. So it's like you're seeing this guy. It's like this cowboy looking kind of mixed with like Gambit and this 80s neon kind of, really, really cool character, if I do say so myself. The face could use some work, but like the character itself it is just a really cool character. So he shows up, does a little quick draw, you get this cowboy guy, and then just, you know, the woman Grateful. And I just love some of the dialogue there too that William wrote. Like she's talking about, you must be some kind of angel, you know, and he's like, ain't no angel here, ma'am. Ain't no Mr. Nothing either. It's just he just has such this cool vibe, and it's really neat because it really has this what's the word I'm looking for? But this really. It's like this first introduction where he seems like this kind of nonchalant, sort of just cool, collected kind of guy. But as it goes, like, you know, you start to chip away at some of that and like see like what he like really feels. And it's almost as if because and this really just kind of popped in my head now that I'm thinking about it, and I might be just digging really deep in here, but it almost feels like, because it's the viewer's first time seeing him, just like it's this lady, you know, who he just saved. So it's like you're kind of seeing them with these like almost like stars in your eyes, like this just romanticized version, like, you know, from the outside seeing him, and it's like he's this hero, he's this cool guy, like, man, you know, he's got everything together and whatever. But then as you start to spend more time with him, you start to see more of like how he really feels on the inside. But it's this really cool first glimpse of just how the outside views him compared to like how you learn how he views himself, perhaps. So totally. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly as you say. This is like we start with really the presentation of the character, that like that's like the outward version of himself that he presents, and that's why he's the Power Metal Ranger. You know, in the next scene we really see Nathan Murphy, which we'll get to, but the first scene, that's why we called it, like the scene by itself was in the script just called Power Metal Ranger, because it's like, this is the Power Metal Ranger. That's what we opened with, you know. And so absolutely it's this kind of like idealized sort of romantic hero really that pops up, and we just see him like coming in, like pretty much we give you exactly as you say, if you've seen that trading card, you know, that image of the character with the pistols out and stuff, this is the version of him that exactly you expect, you know. And so we start off on that tone, and I think that story beat wise, what's the most important thing about this really is that like it just tells us straight away that he's a good guy, you know. He's a good guy, and we like him because of that, you know. This woman was being attacked by these thugs who work for the Syndicate and so on, and he comes and he saves her, and he doesn't ask for nothing, you know. He's doing good for good, you know. And like that just straight away shows us like that's this character's values. This is what he cares about. This is what he wants to be, you know. So it's it's a nice little thing to kind of like throw us into the story straight away and give us this nice idealized presentation. Then there's a kind of next scene, or a kind of extended part of that scene that really extends from that, where it then cuts to him doing his radio show, and so then he's on his spaceship, right? And can perhaps Power Metal Ranger, you can tell us a little bit about that little segment there.
Yeah, that one's really fun because it's almost like the in-universe story version of like that parallel of like me in real life, you know, doing the video reactions and stuff. Whereas like in the story, it's more of like he's got this like radio show kind of, you know, that he broadcasts everywhere. But ultimately, it's kind of the same sort of thing. It's like he's sharing power metal, you know, his love of power metal and stuff with other people, but also in this version, in this heroic version, you know, in the story is. It's also, you know, talking about just some of like his morals, kind of expanding upon the morals that he has. Like you kind of saw them,
as it were.
That's a good way to say it. Yeah, it's like you kind of witnessed it, but now you're kind of like really hearing it from his perspective. It's like, so he's sharing power metal, so you're getting that off the rip. It's like, yeah, his name's Power Metal Ranger. He loves power metal. That checks out. Right. He's playing power metal on his radio show. But he's also sharing his philosophy, about what being a ranger is about. And, I just kind of love that because it's already kind of showing that Nathan isn't like just about himself. It's like he's sharing this philosophy as if to say like anyone can be a ranger, and this is what it's about. Which I love too, because that's also kind of another little parallel, just with my reactions. Once I created Power Metal Ranger, the name for my reaction channel and stuff, a lot of my viewers refer themselves as Rangers, and so it's kind of like I'm not like the only like Power Metal Ranger. I love, even in real life, like the philosophy of like, that just means that you have a love for power metal, you love sharing it, and that enjoyment, can be collective. It's not just like one person, and so anyone can be like, a ranger. That just means, you share your love of like the music and stuff. And so, but in this story, it's more of, but not even necessarily fighting or anything. It just being like an upstanding person, being good, being kind to one another, and things like that. It's really kind of like the philosophy. And I love really, the one line.
Yeah, I was saying he just really is encouraging people to be a good Samaritan, right? Like,
a good Samaritan.
Look out for your neighbor and so on,
like you don't have to be out being a vigilante and stuff, and
exactly, exactly.
Like physically fighting. It's just this the moral standard, I guess, that you just kind of live in your daily life. It doesn't have to be anything extravagant.
I think another cool thing is, and again, as we touched on last episode, and you'd mentioned it a little bit here, the fact that he has this radio show in universe, right? So that there is this cool parallel that we'll see, throughout the episode, that there are these parallels to real life Power Metal Ranger, and Universe Power Metal Ranger, and of course, as we'll come up to, with the rest of the Rangers and everything. But one of the other elements, the kind of connective tissue, in my mind, I think, is that the central theme of a lot of this really is about reaching out and making connections, right? And it's really so strongly rooted in like what it means to be part of something bigger, and so we can even see in this very early scene that in some ways he's going out and presenting himself as the Lone Ranger, and he's out there fighting crime, and he's got his radio show, but it's almost like just him broadcasting out, and he's like, I'm out here doing this thing, but like, who am I kidding, right? Like, there's not going to be like, there's no team, there's no, it's really just kind of me, but like with a hopeful sense of like reaching someone else. And so like the whole, presentation that he's giving of his inner morals, and his values of, which really is like just trying to be a good person in a rough world, right? It's that he knows that if he can get other people to do what he's doing, he's going to make things better everywhere. And so like that, you almost see that, very early on in his own podcast or his own, radio show in universe.
There's something kind of meta about it, isn't there? Yeah.
It is, which I think is really cool, and I think that's one of the amazing things about this whole episode, and again, broadly speaking, just what happens here in LovAnaverse. So, I thought that was a really cool touch.
I like highlighting that in the way of like this kind of reach out for connection, or that bid for connection. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you were gonna say, Ranger, about a particular line from there that sums it up. I think you're gonna hit us with that.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's gonna become an iconic line. I just love it. I love how you wrote that, where every good deed sends a ripple further than you could ever know. It's really just, I think that sums it up. Just basically saying it doesn't matter how little you think that this deed is, or this action, or whatever, even just smiling to someone who looks down, like it creates a ripple. And so it's just basically saying that it could become something so much bigger. And I just think that's such a killer line. And I think it sums up the philosophy beautifully.
It's just about spreading that message of inspiration and to uplift people and to just say that it's worth that bit of goodness. You don't have to be a hero that's doing dramatic actions or whatever. It's just add that little, make the world just that little bit better. Do what you can to add a little bit, and you never know how far that could go. That the ripple that comes from that. As you say, that's the philosophy in a nutshell. And I like that you pull it out like that and emphasize it, because when you do it in that way, it really gives this vibe of almost like a I think of like Spider-Man or something, and with great talent comes great responsibility. So right. I'm glad it has that kind of effect, because I remember writing the script kind of massaging that line a little bit, because it obviously comes back later in the story as well. Gaius, my character kind of reflects it back. And so I remember I had it in those 2 points in the script, and I remember I kind of changed it a few times and then had to go back to both scenes to make sure it matched. Yeah. And I really felt like it needed to just have that kind of ring to it. So I'm glad you feel like it kind of has that resonance, because, as you say, it kind of sums up the philosophy in a nutshell, really.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just love it. It's definitely it's almost even like a mantra. It just it just sums up really well. So I just think it's wonderful. And I mean, it latched on to me right away, and I hope it latches on to other people as well. But to me, it's just so important. And then I love in the scene.
Yeah, continue. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that, but then the way the scene continues, that I think is so great too, because that's the first time where you really see the facade kind of fall away, or it's like you start to see, like, I don't want to say like the truth, but it's like you start to see more inward of who Nathan is, as opposed to who he projects out. Because once he signs off on the radio show, it's almost like night and day. It's just that confidence and everything just drops off. It's like, now this is like Nathan, like who he just really is, not this person that he's portraying that he is. And all those doubts and imposter syndrome stuff starts like coming in, where it's like, oh, who even cares? Like, why am I even bothering doing this? Another line I love where he's like, I'm just preaching to the void. Like, it just basically just speaking to nothing. It just really completely undervaluing what he's doing, and questioning whether it's even worth it. And even just talking about how it's almost like he even says, like, basically he got like carried away during the broadcast talking about, I've thought about having a Ranger team myself, stuff like that. But then all of a sudden, once he turns off the show, it's just, what was I thinking? Like, me, like, do that? It's just all those doubts just flood in all of a sudden. I just think it's great. It's almost like a flick of a switch, boom. So it's like you suddenly are just thrust into seeing this other side to him, this much more like human side of just who he is. Like all the barriers kind of drop because now he's alone. He doesn't know that people are watching him, through a glass screen, with moving pictures and stuff like that. He thinks he's alone.
Him and FOMO, right? FOMO, his little confidant,
right?
The data kitty, of course. We're gonna like shout out again. It's exactly that. Like FOMO is just his little buddy that he can actually be open with, and obviously. FOMO absolutely is a character, but it also shows the kind of loneliness and isolation that this character really has, which, going back to what you said, Matt, like your point really kind of sums it up very nicely, because as you say, like really this character is quite isolated and alone, and therefore, as you say, like suddenly we're giving context now to him being all this flash idealistic romantic hero. Like now we're kind of given this context to how actually, as you say, this is really kind of more of a bid for connection, because actually in his personal life, like he's really quite isolated and So I think in the script again, this was like a real key thing in terms of the story beats. Like the first scene, we called it Power Metal Ranger, because that's you meeting the Power Metal Ranger, and then scene 2 we called Nathan Murphy, because this is you meeting Nathan Murphy. At the very beginning, first scene, you meet the persona, exactly as you say. Like this is this idealized version of himself in this persona that he's created, where he's this hero that helps people and does good and stands up for, all of these things that he kind of gives in his philosophy, in the radio show, but yeah, that's us meeting the persona, the idealized version of himself. And then we meet, Nathan Murphy stripped back of all of that. And we see the human being and all the fears and doubts and all of the kind of inner turmoil and conflict that this character has. And this thing about, preaching to the void and so on, that vibe of like, this radio show, like before we get to this scene, it just like seems like he's an awesome superhero. And he's making the show as well, so he's probably got like all these followers and like he's just like an epic hero. And then we realize like he's not really, it's like it's and I think that this feeling is again something that probably most people can relate to some degree or have felt in their life, but it's something that I find especially prevalent with like with creators, right? So like, all of us guys and a lot of people in our community and things like that, Power Metal Ranger, of course, you're working with musicians all the time, like whether you're reviewing their music or interviewing them and so on. And, they get so much value from what you do. And that's because that's a huge part of it. I think one of the hardest things to get over is this feeling of sort of preaching to the void. Like you really like create something that you care about and that you put so much of yourself into, and you put it out there, and that feeling when it's sort of like crickets of like nobody even cares. Does anybody even care? Does anybody even want to listen to me or whatever? Am I just like bugging people? Am I just whatever? Like that's a real sort of like intense conflict that I think is a real challenge for a lot of us. And I think that that's really encapsulated in that scene, because there is this aspect to like, imagine you're putting out tons of music or you're doing a radio show or whatever it is, and you kind of have to get in the mode of like acting like you're a rock star or whatever, and then you kind of have to deal with the sad reality almost afterwards that it's like, oh, does anybody even care? Like, is there any point in doing any of this,
So Nathan doesn't even know if anyone's listening at all.
And that's the thing. That's what we actually find out. Is like he doesn't even know. Like he just does it, and he acts like he's performing to a mega audience, but he doesn't even have any evidence that anybody even listens to the show. Like a single person.
Not a single person.
Yeah. That's the sad
Well,
thing about
FOMO.
it. It's like,
FOMO. All he knows FOMO's
his
listening.
biggest
That's
fan,
it.
his little cat, you know, which again is probably a thing a lot of creators can relate to. Like, my cat is the only one that gets me, you know. He likes
Yeah,
my
and yet,
song or whatever.
And they just don't
he
have a
has
choice
this-
in the matter. So
Yeah.
Yeah. But even so, this is where we start to see and of course, you know, sort of immediately after a little bit of this inner monologue, we come to where we start to see his own recollection of his past, right?
Yes.
Where we get to see you know, and we'll touch on that in just a second, but importantly, we come to realize that even if he doesn't know if anyone's listening, and even if he might think maybe no one's listening, he still goes out and does it. He still goes out to try to make a difference, right? And so we see that even with the self-doubt that he's experiencing and expressing to FOMO directly, he still has this drive and motivation and like and in many ways sort of like a need to see change happen, and maybe this is a good point to start to go into then his past, right, which as of course we will then find out is quite tragic.
We obviously directly cut into that from this scene. He's like in the middle of this dialogue with FOMO, this almost like confessional kind of monologue, as you say, of his inner turmoil, and then beep boop boop, you know, return signal from the radio show. So yeah, Valmetal Ranger, why don't you keep taking us through that next little segment there?
well, someone else could take us through that segment.
I like how you're doing it, man. I think it's I think it's working well.
So yeah, I mean, so he gets like the return signal. But you know, I also love just to say one more thing about that self-doubt and stuff, and Matt made me think of this. It was a really good point where, you know, it almost starts to feel like, especially once you learn of like the flashback and all that stuff, that it's like he needs to be doing this almost out of necessity. Otherwise, he would just drift into just pure depression, because obviously he's already very conflicted. So it's like, but doing this gives him just that sliver of hope. Even if he's unsure if anything comes from it, it still just gives him that sliver of hope that keeps him moving forward, you know. And yeah, it's just really important. But so yeah, he gets the return signal. He finds out where it's coming from, and that just instantly triggers
So
the
he's
memories.
alerted to the Syndicate activity, right? It's like,
Yeah.
okay, someone out of nowhere, like anonymously, has sent this message
Mhm.
that this Syndicate is up to something. And so it's like, okay, what Syndicate? You know, so beep, boop, 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 encrypt the data, and then yeah, it turns
Right.
out the Excelsius Legion is this Syndicate that is behind this crime that's going on, and yeah, this is a huge trigger point for Nathan. That then boom, yeah, into the flashback. So, flashback, you know, that starts with Nathan's parents, right?
Yeah, and
Right.
you know, I love that that whole scene. It's like I love too the way that William wrote all that, because you learn a lot from just a little bit, you know, between the conversation between Nathan's parents, between the late a little bit later the news broadcast, and different things. It's like you learn quite a bit about this backstory, even with just a little bit of thing. But yeah, it opens up where it's clearly very emotional, where Nathan's father apparently is some kind of someone important. I don't think they say until the news broadcast like exactly who he was. I think it's just at this time he's
Right.
telling his wife, Nathan's mom, that they need to leave, because obviously he's in danger. You can tell there's some bad things going on, and he's concerned that they will get caught up in it. But he needs to stay to try to see some things through, to try to maybe make a change of some kind. Again, you don't quite know, but he obviously right off the rip, he seems like an upstanding guy. He's trying to be decent, trying to do what he thinks is right, to where he even is staying behind to try to right the ship, if you will, of whatever's going wrong. But he loves his family. He wants them to be safe. So he sends them away. And it's just really tragic, because you later find out that he's passed away, or he was slain, basically, assassinated, and that he was this kind of almost like a political kind of figure. I imagine it's
right.
like,
this is Matt's line. Matt, you can give us your line, right?
Yeah.
You can tell us the exact news.
Senator Daniel K. Murphy, when I brilliantly, if I may say so, delivered the news that that Senator Daniel K. Murphy was assassinated in a political assassination, right? And so we find out that related to this underground crime syndicate, right? That now we're learning that this wasn't just the Batman like mugging scenario, or wasn't something like there was some real deep seated villainry like going on here, linked to Nathan Murphy's father, right? And so, in some way now we're starting to see that there's this connection there to this underground crime syndicate. They assassinated him, left him and his mother behind, right? And but and so we find that out in the episode, and as a part of the news broadcast, right?
That's your line is that little news broadcast line, and as you say, Ranger, like it's interesting the way that it was written, because I mean, really, that whole flashback is pretty much the backstory that you wrote for Nathan Murphy, like quite a while ago. It was like one of the first things when you first was developing the character, and you came up with this whole premise for the character, and we had like an actual sort of like story passage on this character's background, and we spoke about it a whole bunch. So there was a whole load there that had come there, and I remember that was one thing that we spoke about when it came then about making the Rangers, and you were like, oh, I don't know if I want to go there with all of that though this time, like let's make it with the Rangers, let's do all of that. And I was like, no dude, that is gold, like that has to go in there. We don't have to make it like a big segment, but we need to understand like that aspect of this character. And so as you say, I kind of really took the story that you made and then was able with that little flashback segment to, as you say, in quite a short amount of time, pretty much tell that whole story, the kind of key beats to it. And so it starts with the parents, and Nathan as a boy, he has to leave with his mom to a different world because of the space opera setting, and then unfortunately the father is assassinated straight away. He did that to protect them from the assassination as well, right? And then unfortunately that doesn't really hold true because they still come after him and his mom anyway, right? And again, what's important as well is that as you say, like it is described as a philanthropic politician. So the point is he was a good guy, and this is in a setting where there is a lot of corruption. So these crime syndicates expect to be able to buy politicians and to be able to get their way. And so to have a politician that's genuinely honorable, and that wants to stand up for what is good, regardless of, who's being bought and who's whatever, he is an obstacle, especially when we realize the scale of this syndicate actually goes beyond just being just some little gang. This is actually linked to a empire, a galactic sort of empire that's going on. Like, so there's like a serious like power structure here, and the point is he is just a good guy, like the couldn't be corrupted, and he suffered for that. And I think that is a key element to inform Nathan's character as well, because that is if you think about Nathan's values and what he stands up for as a Power Metal Ranger, you can definitely really track a lot of that to the sort of tragedy and like his father, and then the tragedy of those events, you know. And this is why it's obviously so particularly triggering for him to see the name of that specific syndicate again, because it's really, you know, really hitting deep in not only what he does this all for, but like very specifically in that wound, you know. So I gotta quickly shout out though that, like, man, like, your actual parents voiced your parents, man. How cool is that?
They did.
Is that true? I didn't know that.
It is true. Yeah. Nathan's parents
got his real life
my
parents.
Actual parents who voiced those characters.
That is super cool.
Yeah.
What?
Fun little
So cool
Easter
that you got them
egg.
to do
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, I just thought of the idea and I threw it over to William. I was like, oh, you know, this might be kind of neat. Like, just like a fun little thing. What do you think about it? You know, just to see, you know. And if he was like, oh, I'd rather get, you know, but he was like, dude, that would be awesome. And I was like, all right, cool.
Your folks have great voices. They sounded really good.
They did a really good job. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I reached out to them, and they were both just real excited to do it. My mom, I will say, I knew she was going to do it or she'd be excited to do it, because she has a history of doing voiceover work. She used to be back when I was younger, but for years she was a radio DJ. She's performed in musicals and plays, and so it's like right down her alley. And so she just was ready. My dad doesn't do so much of like the drama side of things. But I was really impressed with how he did. I was like, okay, it's I get it honest.
Well,
like,
that's
from both, but he's got that side too of you know, clearly that he can do, and they were just so excited to do it, and so it was just a really neat little thing to put in there.
Yeah,
and that's very much something that we see. It just, you know, sort of, you know, popping back out of universe for a moment here. That we've seen. Pardon me, I apologize. I'm gonna have to step away for just a second. We've seen that with all of our amazing actors, right? That you know, even those who have not been experienced in voice acting, you know, previously, you know, right? That everyone really stepped up and stepped into their characters, and we got wonderful performances. I mean, across the board for all the characters, you know, throughout the whole episode, and you know, everyone from obviously like the main cast, you yourself, right? Power, you know, having not voice acted before, as we touched on in the last episode.
I have not, no.
But you did a fantastic job, and just an across the board. Even that one, you know, news anchor cameo that you know, it was okay. It was all right.
I mean, it was great, and it really, really.
I do need to step away. I'll be back in just a moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's cool, man. No, I mean, so that segment, it told a lot, as you say, in a short amount of time, and it's kind of cut up into those really brief bits. So there's obviously Nathan's parents, which is when Nathan is very small, and then we cut to the fact that Nathan as a boy and his mom have moved off world, and we hear the news, you know, that the father has been assassinated, and they're crying about that, obviously, you know, and she comforts Nathan as a boy and says, don't worry, we'll always have each other, but you know, unfortunately, you know, it's
not for very long.
Last too long. Yeah, so then we kind of cut to this next scene where, you know, Nathan's perhaps a little bit older now, you know, and they've had some time in this new world, you know, and he goes, like, this is an interesting little scene where he goes to see the machinist, you know, Mike Miller, the, you know, kind of mechanic dude, and he's getting parts off of him, and this is an interesting little exchange there that I think also kind of shows another side to like what's going on there that can perhaps be explored more, you know, in future. And there was more about, you know, kind of little story blurb. But yeah, there's this idea that, little Nathan, he's kind of like tinkering with parts and machinery and, starting to kind of play around with things. And there's this element as well that like this machinist is like a really nice guy, and he's really, kind and encouraging with Nathan. And,
Yeah.
like, how do you feel about this machinist character? As small a little cameo as it is.
No, I thought he was like really, really cool. And you can almost like envision him playing a larger role in Nathan's story and even upbringing, that
Mm-hmm.
because it was almost like Nathan's friend too,
Mm-hmm.
and this guy like clearly kind of has taken Nathan under his wing. He's got a fondness for him, it's like, oh, he likes machinery and stuff, and he's a good boy, this and that. And yeah, he's a very warm kind of character. And yeah, it kind of plants the seeds of like maybe of him having some involvement in how Nathan gets to the point to where it's like, oh, he's got his own ship, he's got this tech and stuff like that. um and so yeah, it's just, I think it's a really, really cool seed there. And the character's just really intriguing too. It's like you almost kind of want to get to know this guy even better. What's he been
The,
through? Because he's already an older gentleman, it seems like. It's like, what's his story? Like, what's he seen?
and he also encourages this thing about, we've got to look out for one another in these spots,
Yeah.
and again, I think that this is another little thing that reinforces that sort of philosophy that Nathan has as an adult, of what his values are. And so, I think that there's this aspect, considering Nathan's big thing at this point in his life is that, he's lost his father and,
Hmm.
is living in the tragedy of that. The Mike, the machinist, he's got this almost kind of father figure kind of vibe about him, but he's just a guy in the community, but I think that, yeah, you can see, as you say, there's potential for more of a relationship to develop there. And the other key piece of information we learn in that scene is that, his mom adopted another boy from the orphanage, that's like around about the same age as him. So, in a way, they're almost like, they're kind of like both looking after orphans, because he said he wanted to get
Or she's
parts.
like taking him
So
in,
that,
right? It's like,
yeah,
I feel like the implication that it's like, this is not like, this is a relatively kind of poor sort of area,
yeah,
perhaps. And there's these children that have no parents. They just kind of roam the streets and try to get by with what they can, stuff like that. But she'll like kind of take them in, give them meals, things like that. And another huge
yeah,
element, I think that contributes to Nathan's sort of
hmm,
philosophy. It's like his father was kind of up in the upper echelons of things, trying to do good for probably a large group of people. You can
hmm,
imagine whether it's that whole world, multiple worlds, but large groups. But then his mom is just kind of taking in these kids and whatnot from the streets and helping them, maybe letting them clean up, providing them with meals and things like that. It's just, it's that whole sense of that. It really covers like the spectrum of like everybody, from the
hmm,
lowest to the highest.
yeah,
It's just that kindness, that stance for doing good, no matter, again,
hmm,
the thing, no matter how small, how the Ranger says,
yeah,
or Nathan says, every good deed says, no matter how small, it
hmm,
doesn't matter how small the deed is. And so I think that just further solidifies his philosophy and his stance, and
yeah.
desire to fight for everybody.
Yeah, and so yeah, we see this like in such a like short little flashback segment,
Yeah.
how this developed within him, and how, as you say, the people around him influenced that. And you can see that even at that young age, he's very much like in line with that philosophy, he could be, a very like, scarred little boy that is, out on the streets causing trouble or whatever, but instead it's like, yeah, you can see how he really aims to um fulfill that philosophy too. So he's getting these parts because he wants to teach little Tommy about the machinery, like and like maybe he'll like this, maybe, and so in a way, as an extension, it's like, like he's grown with this core philosophy to help too, even just as a little kid, so that's that. And then the probably the saddest and most tragic moment that comes next, that is also kind of key why there was this orphan there, is then boom boom boom, right, there's a syndicate attack, there's some explosions happening, what's going on, panic, in the streets or whatever. Little Nathan is like, what's going on, like, which building has been attacked, and so on. And he kind of knows, and he goes and he finds that it's his building that's been attacked, and his mom and the boy have been killed, assassinated as well by the syndicate. And of course, they've mistaken Nathan for the boy. They knew that they had the mom and the boy to take out, and they died, and actually Nathan, they was basically marked dead pretty much as far as they're concerned, but just ended up being left alone.
Love that. Left alone. They think he's dead, and I love that. And I know that sounds terrible to say after the scene you just described. Like, I love that.
It's lovely.
I love
really,
that. But I was quite proud, because that was in the initial pitch that I made to you about Nathan's backstory, and I was quite proud of that idea, because I was like, yes, of course, you have certain stereotypes here of the parents dying when the hero's little, and all that good stuff. Yeah, but there's that added
Batman.
The Batman, but there's that like added twist where he was supposed to be killed too. Whereas like a Batman, they just killed the parents and they kind of let Bruce go. He's a kid, but here it's like they're really trying to tie up loose ends. And the family of Daniel, they're Kay Murphy, they're trying to just extinguish it entirely. And it's quite unfortunate for Tommy. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I just thought it was just such a neat little twist that it allowed, because it also doesn't show any sliver of mercy from the syndicate, because it's not like, totally ruthless. He was there and they let him, they let Nathan go or something like that because he's a kid. It's like, no, it's like they intended to kill him, a small child, but they just killed a child that wasn't Nathan. And so that little interesting thing shows you right off the rip, the syndicate is just absolutely merciless, but also shows how Nathan kind of has a clean slate. As far as he's almost like he's left as this total kind of almost non-person, like this. He just is completely kind of exists in his own little bubble there. And I think that's the point. Is like that's where we then end the flashback and come back to that parallel to now, where we see who that boy has grown into, somebody that has kind of just been left isolated to sort of almost look at the world from the outside, and then he's got these kind of this kind of hopeful philosophical kind of outlook, but then also so much tragedy and negative emotion that would come from all this like really traumatic stuff, and okay, now suddenly we go back into this scene where we're exploring his inner conflict, but we have a lot more context now about the situation that this character finds himself in, right? And then I think we really get like deep into this kind of trauma where he's like really guilt ridden. Like he says that he genuinely wished that he died instead of the boy, because he now has to live with this guilt, and therefore he actually blames himself, like that they died because of me. And then therefore, like, even though he was a little boy, he still is like really hard on himself that he wasn't able to protect them,
you know?
Yeah.
Right.
Like Tommy especially literally died because of him. It was meant to be him. So he feels like it's his fault.
Yeah.
But also he wanted to protect his mum and so on, and he couldn't.
Right.
You know, and so he feels like that powerlessness and that guilt, you know, is like the ultimate kind of stem of this conflict that he has within himself, you know. So yeah, that's where it really gets, you know, deep into that emotion that drives this story. And it is a heavy moment, you know, in a story that otherwise I'd like to think is very uplifting and inspiring. But yeah, that moment I think really hits, you know, like
yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
you know.
Well, it does,
And there's more to come.
Yeah, more to come. And of course, you know, that gives the context for why he has this absolute need to make a difference in the world, right? He can't allow, you know, any evil to go unpunished or without justice or whatever. Like, he has to make whatever difference he can. And again, going back to that theme of no matter how small, right? Whatever he can do, he's going to do it, even if it's a small thing or even if it's putting out a radio show. But of course, then we move into the next scene where we see him actually going out and
So
taking
FOMO,
this.
you know, FOMO is kind of like, snap out of it, man. You got a mission to do.
Yeah.
And
Right.
he's like, what?
Right.
No, really? Like,
Right.
you sure? Because he's in all this conflict. And I think you get
Right.
the impression that, as you say, like, and I think that this is what's maybe even helpful or inspiring about this story, I think, to real life people is as you say, yeah, he does do it anyway. Whatever, even any small step, like, he'll do it anyway. But you see that he kind of has to like fight himself every step of the way.
Right.
But then he still does it. You know what I mean? Like, he still does it, even though he's spending ages here being like, no, I'm not going to do it. I shouldn't do it. What's the point in doing it? And then still goes and does it, you know? And
Right.
luckily he has a little FOMO there to kind of give him a little kick up the butt and just be like,
Right.
and FOMO starts going, rah, 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 you know?
Yeah.
Get out there.
A little
Go on, do
feisty.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And FOMO wants to come with him as well, because obviously FOMO, you know, doesn't want to miss out, right? Like, wants to be involved
Right.
in everything.
Oh, of course.
He's like, no,
Always.
no.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll go, but you're staying here, okay? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I
So
love
yeah,
that,
then he hits the road. Then we go.
Then he hits the road, right.
Yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
and then boom, like infiltration, and he's just gonna check out the
Yeah.
Syndicate base. It's just gonna be in and out, right, just to see what was going on, right?
Right.
Yeah. Or you think like, oh, maybe he's going to go in and take care of some business, but yeah, things don't go quite to plan.
Yeah. So I mean, he's sneaking into the base, and he's speaking to FOMO. Like, FOMO's back on the spaceship, right? And he's like got the kind of, you know, walkie-talkie, like, you know, all right, I'm going in, you know.
Yeah.
But when he goes into this base, he comes into this like laboratory that he discovers, where there is this ridiculously over-the-top character that we're then introduced to. That we
I
touched on
thought
in
he
the
was.
last
I thought he was
episode, but-
very grounded, very straight laced character. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was over the top at all.
Yeah. So I mean, this, you know, we're talking, of course, about the scientist, as he's always been really kind of referred to. But you know, we named him later on Dr. Vitlaus Vizik, and he's like a alien goblin kind of guy. And he's just a
Yeah.
you know, he is totally riffing on a mad scientist kind of archetype for sure.
Well, I remember
But
when you
he's
first sent me the
a beast of his
picture of
own.
him. Yeah, I remember when you first sent me the picture of him. I loved it. And it reminded me a lot of Jeffrey Combs from Reanimator. And I was like,
Nice, yeah.
that's so tight. You know, I was like, that really, I mean, just that crazy kind of mad scientist sort of vibe. But of course, more like alien and, you know, not like just a guy. But yeah, no, when you first sent me that picture, I just loved it.
So I mean, so we've like, you know, at least if we ended up following through on our plan, then we, you know, kept this like secret, this role, to see if anybody could actually put two and two together because of such a crazy performance on this voice. But Matt, I don't know if you caught this or not, but like the scientist is actually also voiced by the Power Metal Ranger sitting right here.
I did not catch that.
It's true.
Dude.
It's true.
I did not know that. No way.
Yeah.
So
dude,
I got to
Metal
have
Ranger,
so much fun.
This Power Metal Ranger that's never done voice acting before, and he completely embodies this totally alien, crazy scientist. Wow.
You know what's funny about
bravo.
that, though?
We were already saying that, you know, you had quite a shift to do to like really carry this story with Nathan Murphy, because really the emotional beats of his of his arc is what's driving this story. So, you know, you had a lot on your shoulders to carry that, but the fact that you voiced, you know, Dr. Vizik, the scientist, as well, you know, meant that you had so much to do on this episode. Like, so much of this episode is a performance by, you know, the Power Metal Ranger here, and that the voice of that character is absolutely wild, man. I mean, you said when I created the art and I sent you that, perhaps you could kind of go further into you know, how that developed.
I think it was the podcast that you released before, the non-spoiler podcast before the episode released, where I mentioned that I do have a little bit of a flair for the dramatic, and when he sent me the picture of that character, I don't know why, but I was just instantly like, I have to voice this character. Like, I just have to voice this character. I just really have to be able to just completely unleash and just, you know, go all in like on this guy. You know, it'd be perfect. It just would be a blast. And I think I even sent you a couple lines I just made up off the top of my head.
That was
in the moment.
I literally sent you the picture on WhatsApp, and I was like, check this guy out, you know. And then you literally like responded with a voice note of just like an improvised, like, you know, line for this character in that voice, and it was just, but it was so
absolutely.
Like.
Epic,
and then the thing is, because it was so good, like, we kept that line. Like, when it came to writing the script,
you put the line in the actual script.
Line. So the character's first line in the story is the exact one that you sent on WhatsApp. I mean, you re-recorded it with the microphone.
Was it? It's like, this monster will be my greatest concoction yet, right? The destruction,
Yeah, that was just like a sort of improvised or something you came up with right away, and then WhatsApp voice noted. And just to have that little voice note and the character picture, we were like, oh yeah, this guy, you know, like, we had definitely so much fun with this guy. But to be fair to you, man, like, you didn't say to me, I have to voice this character. You were like, you just came up with that voice like straight away, and it was like, hell yeah, you know. And but we still auditioned for that part. And I mean, there were a lot of great voice actors, of course, as for, you know, every part that we're really lucky to have. But you were sneaky, man, because, like, you know, you actually,
because I wanted it to be fair.
Yeah. So I mean, he didn't even like tell me, but like what Ranger actually went and did was like create an account on the auditioning website, and then actually submitted an audition for the character, so that it could be a sort of non-biased, like, just listen through the auditions and choose. The thing is, like, you know, I had obviously heard the little voice clip he'd sent before, so I was able to recognize it. But at the same time, like, if you listen through them, like, there were some really great interpretations of the character, but the one that you had was just so extreme and just so like dramatic and operatic and so on, that it was just like a 110% performance. So it's like we couldn't not have that, you know.
Well, you know what's funny about it is, in many ways, I've always thought that metal as a genre really is the genre that in many ways most closely relates to something like classical music and opera, in that it is very much all about big theatrical flair, right? It's not about being, small and stuff. It's about the grandiose, and it's about the extreme, right? And pushing things to the limits. And of course, that's like exactly what you did with that performance in that role. I mean, it was basically, a step shy from like a metal scream, right?
Practically.
I mean, honestly, it really.
We even have joked about this, that like we were like, imagine like giving him his own song and like giving him some sort of like crazy kind of like cyber death metal or something.
Oh God!
He then does vocals like that, and it would be insane, man.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. That's exactly what that was. I mean, it's just, and now reflecting back and like understanding that was you, it's so great because like you clearly, in order to embody this character, you pushed yourself and your voice to like a new limit, like a new level, like a new extreme, and it totally works. I mean, the character's phenomenal. He's so ridiculous, and but that's what's so great about him. Like he needs to be that way, and yeah, dude, really nicely done, man.
I appreciate that, man. And yeah, I mean, I just had an absolute blast with that character. And the funny thing I will say too, and I've told William and stuff, is that character was so much easier for me to voice than Nathan himself.
Mm-hmm.
Even though someone would think like, oh wow, like, but like that came so much easier because I was just able to just go all in and be as dramatic and whatever I want with like the tone and ups and downs, and just anything I felt like doing almost was like fair game.
Right.
But like with Nathan is much more down to earth, and so I was like, this is like a lot harder, like to like do this than being just having like just unleashed. But yeah. But it was just so much fun.
Disconnection as well, right? You said that you kind of still had to find a voice for Nathan to be able to kind of put yourself into the character rather than it just being you and your voice. And so I think that there's that aspect of, even though you found a voice for Nathan and were able to disconnect, like it's still a very vulnerable role that you put a lot of yourself into. Whereas with the scientist role, you're able to just like completely disconnect, right? I feel like that was a huge part of it. It's like, as you say, Matt like wasn't even aware that was you, and I would be surprised if anybody else had clocked that, and so that's just like a full disconnection, so I think that, as you say, there's something liberating about that, right?
Oh yeah. Oh man, it was just awesome. Yeah. I mean,
I'm starting to get the sense that
it was so fulfilling.
I'm starting to get the sense that there's a little bit more to Mr. Power Metal Ranger here that we haven't seen yet. I think some other voices lurking within.
Yes. So that's it, man.
I don't know about all that, but
I said that on the last podcast we did. I think that if people watch this, then I think they're going to really start to understand more about the role that, the Ranger has to actually play in all of this. And I mean, Nathan and the scientist are, I think, probably the two most dominant characters, in this particular episode. And you're doing
it was funny too, William, what you said, because I was like, I got when I put in the audition and stuff, and you clocked it was me. Even though I used like a different name. Yeah, I tried to just be real sneaky and just get it I was just waiting to see what he came back, but he was like, oh, yeah, I saw that you did like the audition or whatever. I was like, oh man, like how'd you know? And he was basically just like, well, I already heard that like one line. So he already, got the
gist, it was pretty memorable once you've heard that voice. It doesn't leave your head,
But I was like, well, then I was hoping that you could be unbiased, and he said that he was still, even though he knew it was me, and he said that that was good. But William, you were even like, but dude, that you've already got a lot to do for Nathan.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Like, this is probably the second largest character in this whole thing. Are you sure you want to like tackle that too? And I was just like, I know it's a lot, but like, I just really, really want to voice this guy. I was just so attached to this guy from the rip. And William's like, all right. So
he smashed it, man. Both roles, like, and there's no conflict in it whatsoever. As I say, I'd really be surprised if anybody could tell. So, yeah, it worked beautifully. And I mean, to like kind of keep us going through the story. I mean, this scene is so much about the introduction of this character, and of course the Empress. The villain. So like he's rummaging around in his lab, and he calls the Empress, and she comes in on a kind of like hologram, and is like expecting updates on the progress, and he's basically been developing in his laboratory this they're planning this giant kaiju attack. They're going to unleash this huge monster in the city to go and smash stuff up, and so this obviously kind of a little bit of homage to that kind of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers vibe, where a typical setup is going to be a huge monster kaiju thing. I mean, it obviously came from Japan originally, and they love that stuff. So this idea that they're going to have to battle a big kaiju just leaned into it so naturally. And so the scientist is there making that, and he shows a little clip on a screen, a simulation of the monster destroying the city. And obviously Nathan is like checking this out, like, oh snap, this is real bad. But then the alarms go off, and Nathan has been caught, and so Nathan's running away, and he's like trying to reach FOMO, but then FOMO is like cut off the air, and he's trying to reach FOMO, but he can't, and he's captured. And then like the scientist and the Empress that's there kind of on the screen are watching him, and then that's where they're able like he jabs him with a syringe and reads his DNA and stuff. Loads of cool beep boop boop sci-fi sounds that are fun. and then they're able to read, like they said that according to this, he's the son of Daniel K. Murphy, like, and the Empress is like, this is impossible, and they kind of mock him. They're like, oh yeah, he fancies himself as a hero, this Power Metal Ranger, like, how ridiculous. They're just, this is a pretty low moment. He's been captured. They're kind of mocking him. And then they're like, he says, that's not all. We also have a ship. And then we literally see on the screen, like, they blow his spaceship up, right in front of him. His spaceship, which of course FOMO was on, the Data Kitty, that is his like own, is like really all he has in the world. Like, I mean, he even says in the earlier scene that FOMO and the ship is everything he has.
You and this beat up old ship are all I got left, buddy. Yeah,
that's it. And they just blown it up. And so he's just seeing, like, not only has he essentially failed in his heroics in that moment, he's literally just lost any little thing that he had left.
Which boom. Of course is like thematically really bringing back to his childhood, right? So in his childhood trauma, being this feeling that like, oh, there's so like, I should have been able to stop this, and like, if only, and it's my fault, and all this stuff with his parents, and and his sort of like foster brother and all that. And then now fast forward in time, here he is trying to do what he can to make a difference in the world, and trying to actually go out and like live out his his sort of internal motivation to change things. And yet again, faced with failure or the feeling of failure and this sense that like it's, and now what is that going to do to him internally? That it's like, you know, even when I'm trying to make a difference, like I still fail, right? And like, and now, yeah, again, of course, another tragedy, because now the one, you know, sort of connection that he actually knows he has, which, you know, of course, we know a little bit now as the audience later, that he actually was able to reach out, of course, to other people. But in that moment, he doesn't know that, right? And so he only knows that his connection is to FOMO. And now FOMO is gone and his ship is gone. It's like
everything. Is it?
Everything.
Anything he'd managed to build up for himself, as you say. And this is life, you know. This is like, you know, you get knocked on your ass and you got to get back up and go again, and you know, and finding that energy within yourself to like carry on can at times be the toughest thing to do. And that's the aspiration of this story. And that's the thing that I feel passionate about, is that, yeah, we can show a lot of cool, badass action hero stuff, and that can be inspiring, but not really. You know what I mean? What's actually inspiring is seeing these moments and actually feeling really bad in those moments, and the fact that he's actually able to, despite that, carry on, you know, and do those things. Because this moment is like a real, like, anything.
It's like a low blow. I mean,
since his childhood tragedy has just been like completely taken from him, and now it's what could be a final nail in the coffin. Because after that, he's just thrown in a cell, and they say that like he's just going to be put in that prison, and from there he can watch
everything
the
like fall apart.
So he's totally basically bound, totally powerless. He can just watch it all be destroyed, and there's no way out. There's nothing he can do, you know, and he has to just sit in that. And so this is like his lowest possible moment.
Right.
This is really just like the worst thing that could happen and the worst position he could be in. Like, honestly, it'd be better if he was dead in this moment. Like, if he had been like shot and killed, it would have been better than what he has to now sit in this moment of, like, again, just because it's, as you say, going into that childhood trauma again, tapping into that guilt and the powerlessness and all of that. This is just like, we have just like punished this character so badly in this scene, which, you know, is like, as we spoke about with the scientist character before, he's just wild enough to just kind of, he's almost like super intense, but then kind of taking out some of the intensity at the same time. Because he's just so wild and crazy that it's kind of hilarious and wacky what's going on. But also just so awful, you know? And that's the midpoint of the story. So that's pretty much exactly halfway, where he's then in that cell, and the reality is most of this story has been pretty bad. You know, it kind of started with a good few minutes, you know, where we saw the idealized Palmetto Ranger, but really it's kind of just gone downhill more and more from there, you know? And this is what is really it's that moment that is like the darkest before the dawn, you know? And this is a very like strong beat in pretty much any kind of hero's journey type of story. And it is, again, because it's true in life as well. Like, this is the moment he could quit. Like, this is the moment where most people quit, because it's like, not only is it like, is it worth anything at all? I actually only make everything worse, you know, and Nathan says that at one point. So that this is the turning point in the story. You know, what of course happens next is he wakes up in the cell. He's been there for a sort of indeterminate amount of time, and he's surrounded by all this green mist, and he's like, what's going on? Like, is this smoke? Is this like ether? And this is some kind of magic, right? And then he starts getting surrounded by all this magic, and then boom, just teleported out of this cell, and boom, he's transported into, like, at first this kind of swirling kind of realm with this character sort of speaking to him, this like ethereal
Right.
kind of vibe. And then it sort of starts to shift, and he's on this spaceship with Gaius, which is my character, and then we have this whole scene that is like practically a conversation between the two of us, you know, but a very epic version. And this is, you know, like what Gaius, the role that Gaius is playing here is that he is the guide, that again is like, you know, a pretty staple symbol of any hero's journey type story. You know, he is the Gandalf or the Obi-Wan, or, you know, as far as Power Rangers go, he's really like the Zordon, you know, character here, I suppose.
Right.
That has managed to whoosh him out of the cell and into this spaceship. And there's like this fun kind of moment that again riffs off of all of the self-doubt and the imposter syndrome things, and Nathan's kind of like, this is clearly just some crazy dream, right? I'm just kind of going crazy, losing the plot, like I've actually lost my mind in that cell. I'm just having a total breakdown, you know. And so it's kind of humorous, but yeah, we're starting to parallel back now to this thing of like him idolizing all of these figures and like these musicians and all of this stuff, and not knowing if he's actually reaching out to anybody. And there's this kind of revelation in this scene that like actually he was like, his message actually has been getting out there, and he had no idea of again the ripple that those good deeds have actually had. And so he's really kind of forced to face his conflict here, which he is really disorientated about, because not only has he just been like teleported from one place to another, which is pretty wacky, you know, the whole thing is like, it's kind of challenging his beliefs on everything, like all the way through, you know. And so this is a really interesting scene that is like probably the most developmental, I suppose, for taking the character's journey through that next step. So, Ranger, you want to talk a little bit more about this scene?
Where Gaius kind of sets him up.
This is the call to action.
Hooks him up, you know,
and you are a hero. You are the chosen one. You must step up. To, you know, it's got to be.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like, I just love that he kind of sets him on this path. It's like, you know, he recognizes that this is kind of like the path that Nathan would like to be on, you know, if everything worked out, like, you know, in a the way that would have been positive, you know, without all this constant tragedy and heartbreak and all this stuff. And so it's like him giving Nathan that encouragement that almost like he so desperately needs at this point, because I mean, it really seems like he's on the cusp of just quitting before Gaius, you know, takes him and shows him that it's a ship and FOMO's still there and all that good stuff, which is just incredible.
Right. That's a big moment, obviously, that reveal, you know. That's a huge part, again, because it's about the hope of this character that has almost died in the scene before that. And so for him to even just like humor these ideas of stepping up as a hero and whatever, he's forced to confront all these things of like, but you know, I just make everything worse. You know, I'm a fraud. I'm a failure. I'm a imposter, right? And
like, look where I am now.
And this emotional moment where he's like, I couldn't even protect my little cat, you know, when he was all I had left in the world, you know. And it's like this real sad thing. So you know, Gaius is convincing him that he needs to form this team. He needs to form the band of Rangers. Exactly like he said, he'd love to have a band of Rangers, he said in the radio show at the start. Gaius is like, yeah, so that's what you need to do. And he's like, what, are you kidding me? Like, no way, I can't do that. This thing again. I'm not even a musician. Like, what are you talking about? Like, so all of the doubts, all of the fears, but Gaius knows, again, he's speaking to the higher self, the idealized version that he's been putting out. He's like, that is true. That is you can be that, you know, you can actually step into that, materialize that. But he's just like obviously struggling with that. But yeah, that moment is big where it's like, where Gaius says like, well, just put out a message on the radio show, like see what comes back, you know, you might surprise yourself. And he's like, but I can't, like that was on the ship. That was like FOMO that set that up. And then this is that revelation where it's like, where do you think we are exactly? You know, and then it's like, that realization that it's like, it's basically his spaceship, but it's like a new version of his spaceship that has been built.
Right.
That's like this upgraded version, and that actually, FOMO, that reveal that FOMO is still alive, is, you know, hopefully like a really uplifting moment that, you know, like it's kind of, I think hopefully the pace is caught in a way that when you have that come and you hear that little meow from FOMO, it's super like a woohoo moment, you know, like yes, FOMO is back, you know, and actually there
people
is
can breathe
hope.
a sigh of relief.
There is actually hope after all. Maybe, you know.
Well, I think
can make a difference.
I think another thing that's cool about this is that this could almost be like, and in some ways it is. It's like a Deus Ex Machina, right? Like where it's like he's in the jail cell, and then like, oh, as if by magic, like he's saved, and of course, obviously, in the story there is magic that saves him in a way, right? But what makes it interesting is that it doesn't just come from nowhere, right? It's not like a completely unearned like victory from the clutches of defeat, because if it were not for his show and everything he had done, you know, basically trying to put out his good deeds rippling out into the universe, which ultimately reaches Gaius, right? You know, then it's like he would have just stayed there in that cell and everything would have actually fallen apart. So it's like, in not only, of course, you know, that, but then his relationship with FOMO. And of course, as we find out that FOMO was actually like, you know, in on this whole plot to like, you know, build him a new ship and all that. So
Gaius and FOMO basically connected.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's cool because, you know, this, it's like, you know, now he has this opportunity to get his message out there. Right. Which, you know, and in some ways that opportunity is like, on one level granted to him by Gaius and FOMO. But almost at a deeper level, it was actually him setting up the groundwork himself and almost not even knowing that he did that.
I think that's the thing, is that's one of the trickiest points, I think, in stories, especially like hero's journey type stories, where you do a dramatic, like you are the chosen one kind of vibe. Is like when there is a chosen one, there is always the question, why? And normally the chosen one says, why me? You know, like Nathan does. And I think that some stories answer this better than others, and the ones that really fall flat are the ones that fail to answer this, where you don't really understand, why is this person a chosen one? Just because they're just kind of awesome for the sake of it.
Right.
Whatever. They're just randomly really good at everything.
Yeah.
And like, you don't, like, the thing is, those characters, like when it's like that, those characters aren't very likable, because you can't really relate to somebody that's just good at everything for the sake of it. And you know, and so I think that that's a really important aspect. And so exactly that's the thing, is like, yeah, of course, story beat wise, this is really a moment where Nathan is the chosen one and so on. But the thing is, it's like, from what we've learned about the character, this is completely plausible. And it's not really even that far-fetched or dramatic, because it's not that he's just super awesome at everything or whatever. It's purely about what this character stands for and what he lives and what his whole journey has showed us. And his whole point is, it's not about this kind of egoistic, I'm so amazing. It's just about that willingness to do good no matter what, like even his father was. And that's all that's needed, and that's the message that Gaius communicates to him, and then reflects this back, like, as you know, it can send a ripple further than you ever know. Like, that's what he says to Nathan that is important. Like, that's it. Like, not only do you communicate that message, you embody it. That's the hero the galaxy needs. You know, like
Right.
it's just a bonus if you're good with with guns and and action and stuff. Like the hero that's really needed is the person that actually lives those values, you know. And so that's why, like, from Nathan's story that we've already learned at this point, this character is absolutely right for that. This is who this character is. In fact, he doesn't have anything else, you know, like this character embodies that. And so he absolutely is, in that way, the chosen one, not necessarily because of destiny or whatever, but because, like, this is exactly, you know, what this character needs to do. And, like, Gaius, therefore, Gaius is coming from a more magical, fantastical background that's seeing a kind of higher picture of what's going on in the universe in general. And therefore, it's really plausible that, he uses magic and that's something fantastical, but it's really plausible why you would understand the motivations of this character to enable somebody like Nathan Murphy, you know?
Right.
And so I think that's the thing. As fantastical as it is, I'd like to think, at least, it all makes sense. And you understand the real motivations of these real characters rather than, as you say, just magic for the sake of magic. And also, he's been given a leg up. Gaius has given him a leg up by breaking him out the prison. But like Nathan's still got all the work to do. You know, he hasn't saved the day and beaten the baddies. Like, he just managed to get a little get out of jail free card that one time. You know, and Gaius has helped set him up. But it's not like he can take his new spanky spaceship and FOMO and just fly off now and be like, oh, anyway, I'll leave somebody else to deal with that. If anything, that's the point. Gaius knows he's not going to do that. There was one thing that I wanted to talk about that scene, or kind of throughout the story in general. I just wanted to touch base on this because I haven't mentioned it much, and I don't want to talk too much about it on the basis that I could talk so much about the score and the music that happens throughout the episode that I could probably go on and make a podcast just about that. So I don't want to get too wrapped up in that, but I'd like to touch on it, and I think that this particular scene is just a good example. Because the score was a big part in this scene with Nathan and Gaius, and because it's quite a long scene, like with a lot of dialogue, just most of the scene is just two characters talking. It's just a conversation, you know, and I found the score to be especially vital in this, so much so that I actually rescored this whole scene at one point. I'd pretty much scored the whole scene, and then I really found that it just needed, like, the music carries the emotion, like, as this sort of subtextual kind of layer that you get in film and everything, you know, a lot. You know, it's often felt more than it's even heard, and I think something with our production in general, and especially like in this episode, is like it's very musical. You know, very musical. Even though the music is most of the time in the background, it's like there's basically an album's worth of soundtrack material just for this one episode.
Oh yeah.
And so with this scene, I found it, you know, particularly potent. And there's lots of cool vibes that we're going for throughout the episode. You know, it starts off in these kind of neon streets. You know, it's got more of that kind of retro future, you know, retro wave kind of vibe. And a lot of the time the themes are based on the song Rangers Go, you know, so these end up becoming kind of themes for Nathan and the Rangers and so on, and we kind of hear them in these different versions, you know. But then one thing I'd just, you know, like to point out about it is that there are just kind of different vibes that contrast certain elements of the story and characters. So when we're introduced to Nathan Murphy, you know, we kind of see him as the Ranger, and it's more heroic, kind of upbeat retro wave vibe. And then when we get just kind of him being vulnerable, then I decided to score it with this kind of space blues kind of vibe that's going on. So you're still getting these kind of Rangers themes, but because he's got this a little bit of a cowboy kind of vibe going on, I just thought this way of having a little bit of a melancholy kind of super reverby harmonica and the kind of blues guitar, it just adds to this, like, you know, lone cowboy, you know, just kind of sitting in his beat up old ship. And so fast forward to this scene where he meets Gaius, and what the score actually does in this scene is, because it's underpinning a conversation between these two characters, like the music essentially is like a musical conversation between these two characters. So what you have is a contrast to two themes. For one is the kind of Rangers Go type themes, and then the other is the A Million Miles theme from LovAnaverse, kind of representing Gaius. So that kind of ties into the LovAnaverse story that will come soon as well. Right. And that's a theme that kind of goes throughout the universe generally, in terms of this kind of higher kind of cosmic plans and the idea of like the this kind of collective unity.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like super transcendental and stuff. I love it. It's like groovy and
Yeah. So what's happening is like, for one, there's like a contrast of these two particular themes happening throughout the score in that scene. But then also there's like a arrangement contrast, because Nathan's coming in with more of these kind of space blues kind of harmonicas, bluesy guitars that are still there underpinning the score and the character. But then there starts to be more of these like kind of epic symphonic orchestral elements that are underpinning Gaius, like coming in from this more sort of mystical fantasy kind of vibe. And so you start to feel the kind of like a dance of these different vibes kind of merging and conversing in the scene. And then as it starts to pick up, the kind of epic orchestral starts to kind of take over as Nathan is essentially coming into his destiny, you know, and kind of growing out of just being a sort of lone cowboy or whatever, and really starting to embrace this more kind of mystical, magical kind of destiny that is happening there. So, you know, I thought that was just a good moment to highlight how the score is used throughout the episode, and there's lots of different fun things happening all the way throughout. But yeah, I thought that, you know, that was a cool one that I wanted to mention whilst we were still kind of talking about that scene.
No, it's incredible, man. All the work that you did doing that, and yeah, it's like you said, even beyond just the episode itself and the visuals and the dialogue, all the surface level stuff. There's so much that folks can go back and really dig into, like things that you mentioned. It's like the way that the backing score that, you know, may not quite sink in, you know, initially, because you have all this action kind of stuff, you know, in the forefront, but that there's so much else that they can gain, you know, from the episode by digging back through and noticing those different themes and all the just masterful work that you did with the music and sound effects and all of that. I mean, it's just brilliant, man.
Yeah. And since I didn't have any part of actually scoring this episode, I can totally chime in and say it's wonderful, man. I mean, you did such a good job. It really does, you know, it also cuts to the core, I think, of the kind of quality that we just see, generally speaking, through the episode, and of course, you know, as I know, you know, inside, you know, all the other, you know, episodes for different series, LovAnaverse and everything all together, that really brings the cinematic experience, you know, to the audio of this audio drama. And I will also say the way that you interweave different styles of music, and you don't only rely on sort of, you know, traditional cinematic orchestra sounds, but like you said, you lean into other things, blues rock, and this sort of like kind of really cool retro wave, you know, it's like there's a lot of different things going on in the music, and of course, obviously metal, being power metal Rangers, you know, but we get this variety of different sounds that all really do represent the different characters, the moods, the settings, the story itself, and the fact that we get to know now, like, that even in the thought process going into it is this interplay, that it's a dance back and forth between these characters. It's something that and I think this does sort of apply to the whole sort of project, but it's these sort of subtle elements that if you're not thinking about them, you won't notice them like blazingly obvious, right? But they're there, and they definitely set the mood, and it's a fantastic mood. So well done on all the music. I mean, really, it's so good. I think that the thing I really do enjoy is the fact that almost no matter where you are in the story, and no matter what thing you're focusing on, whether it is the music or the dialogue between the characters, the actual writing, the art on screen, all of it together, the voice acting, none of it ever distracts you in any way. That is to say that there's nothing about the production at all, in my humble opinion, that ever pulls me out of the story. It's very, very easy to get immersed into, and I really do think it's down to the thoughtful details like that make it really work, truly.
Yeah, I love too. It's like, it made me think that it keeps music like at the core. It's because at the core of like the whole project and everything, music is like the center. But then you have storytelling, you have visuals, you have voice acting, all this other stuff. But like at the core, it's like music is always there, emanating. And you might have a different coat of paint over here or here, different story, this and that. But at the center, it just always there's the music, and that's what just it's like a frequency, that just it's bouncing across the whole universe. It's like that's the universe. And so it's just wonderful the way that you do that. Yeah, it's so intricate, and it's like, I was thinking it's like a quilt or something. It's like just this cosmic quilt.
Right.
I think that that's something that is, or a key feature of the style, or the overall style, because as you say, the aesthetic can change definitely depending on the mood or the scene, and the story. But just that really musical quality, you get that in especially like film, in any kind of format where you have audio in that way. So film scores, now obviously film scores can vary greatly, again depending on the film, and they can be very minimalistic, and really more and more modern cinema tends to be more minimalistic. But I think it's a stylistic choice, and so films that have music as a real key feature, that it has a significant impact on the style. And I mean, the biggest one that I would take it back to is just like Star Wars, or you could say the same about Lord of the Rings. So anything where there's these kind of epic scope, like franchises, of these universes that are just so powerful and so popular, really like a whole mythology. They often gravitate towards this style because I think it really brings you into the mythology of it, and I think that that's a key part of something like space opera. I think that for me, especially when I think of Star Wars, like Star Wars is so musical. Don't get me wrong, it's not a musical, and it's not actually an opera, but I think that that's a part of why they call it space opera, is that musical quality to it. It's like, it's so colorful, it's so rich, and a lot of modern cinema now would choose to be more kind of serious, kind of dark, atmospheric tone, and that's cool, that has that place too. But Star Wars, if you think about it, there's just so many big themes that you can sing and you can whatever, and you'll have like a spaceship flying across in space, and it could just be an ominous drone, just like there's no sound in space, right?
Right.
But instead, we're having just like, trumpets blazing, like this huge fanfare, and it's just like super, and that like over the top, and that just makes it something else. It's just like, this is just like so colorful and this totally kind of like suspended reality, and it's just a stylistic choice. And I think that, that's just a key thing here. So as always, I think when you watch this or listen to it, you definitely want to be paying attention to the story. I mean, people don't generally watch films and are listening to the score the whole time unless that's something you're particularly
They're nerds like us.
Yeah, I do tend to do that. I'm just always listening to music, in these things. But you're still only listening to it in context of a story. And so that's definitely what I'd want people to do with this. I don't want people to ignore the story and just be trying to listen to the music. I mean, but the way I think of scoring in general is that, like, the story is happening in front of you. You're listening to the dialogue, or you're watching things, and that's what you're paying attention to. But what the music is doing is, like, it gives you this. The music is almost like the subconscious. It's like this almost like invisible layer that tells you how to feel about what's happening.
Right.
And so it's this real, like, kind of almost secret weapon.
I think it's like most obvious. I was just gonna say, I think it's like most obvious, like in horror movies. It's like that sense of dread that you start feeling, and the music can even be very minimalistic, but it's just the tones, the notes that are used, and you just start feeling nervous, even though you're not really watching anything like happen yet. But it's like that sense of foreboding, and that's the music that's kind of creating that in you, and you're not even thinking about it.
Well, you
100%.
could imagine even in this conversation now, if we sort of go back and post and start adding in this very dissonant, low, rumbly note underneath everything, suddenly you begin to feel like something's about to go wrong, right? Or if we have this sort of very herpy-derpy, like bouncy kind of like pizzicato, violin thing going on, all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is when I feel happy in this podcast,
and you can invert that as well, right? I mean, even like horror films will sometimes do that. They'll give you really like upbeat music that almost becomes extra unsettling because you're like, no, this is wrong. Like, this actually shouldn't be sounding like this. And now I'm even more unsettled than
I love
sense,
that.
Yeah.
So
it's true, and I think anyone who is sort of attuned to what happens in music in film will also recognize when there's an intentional lack of music, right? When you're purposefully allowing a scene to become like uncomfortably silent, right? Or purposefully contemplative, and it just is like almost next to no music, right?
And there's
make you feel
definitely
isolated
for that minimalism. 100%. I think that like what the for me, music is a real key part of certainly my production style, but I would say the kind of vision for the style in LovAnaverse in general. But exactly as you say, that doesn't mean it has to be loud music, really busy all the time.
Right.
Like exactly as you say. I mean, there's one called The Hunt, which is just like a standalone horror episode, and that will come out, at some point later on. And yeah, exactly that. Like, it's almost all very minimalistic, atmospheric, tense music pretty much the whole way throughout. But then when this particularly dramatic moment happens, it comes in with this really like intense music, and then it has so much more impact because of it, So
Right. It doesn't always need to be, Mars, the bringer of war, but but when it does,
if you do,
it's great when it does. Right. And one last thing I'll just touch on real quick, as a testament to how much I'm a fan of your composition, Will, is the fact that you did bring in, the Million Miles theme, right, from Flavor Nurse, but in particular, the fact that sort of like leitmotif is something that ties us into a whole nother dimension of the story, right? And this may be this episode may be the first time that someone listening to any of these audio dramas that we're producing will even hear that, right? So like, and then later down the road, even if they don't know it, because it's a very catchy theme, in particular, they might hear it again down the road when they're, eventually watching places. Flavor Nurse, and they're going to go, where did I hear that before? And
it's these things that, they add that cohesion, not only to a single story, because again, the theme's going throughout this one, but yes, across the different stories. And for me, that's, we've often framed this as like a music universe or something to that effect. And I think that that's what it's all about. Like the themes being able to tie together themes and stuff from across different stories does start to show you, again, even if it's subconscious, even if you just feel that kind of cohesion that's going through a whole universe that's going on there. That's a key part of it. And if you think about that Flavor Nurse episode, which, we can stay minimally on, but the Flavor Nurse episode that is the main song for, like, the song is played in context of like this union of different people from across the galaxy looking to make the universe a better place. So that theme represents that within the context of the universe, is this beginning of an uprising, this kind of cosmic revolution that's happening on a bigger scale, where people are starting to say stuff's kind of, going wrong in the galaxy. There's this dissonance here, and we need to start uniting and coming together to resolve that. And I mean, you said this great clip, Matt, in the last podcast that we did, about how you feel like a core theme throughout all of this is about bringing people together, and therefore this kind of how that ties together with Love Anarchy being about building community and stuff.
Right.
And so, as I say, like that theme is practically the theme for that. So yes, in context, in that Flavor Nurse story, that's exactly what's happening on a big scale. Like interplanetary and so on. And so for that theme to be making this appearance when Gaius is essentially recruiting or kind of enabling Nathan Murphy, exactly that. It's that little theme of that thread coming in of how like Nathan is now going to also become a champion of this kind of higher cause,
Right.
So yeah, tiny little things that I don't know how people would necessarily pick these up by themselves just yet, but
you might be surprised. I mean, it's so cool. Yeah, I mean, I think as the project goes, also, and more things, then the bigger picture, might start to populate. But like at first, it's like, they don't have as much of a thread to follow yet. So
One thing that it also does, and perhaps maybe even this like ties into the theme of like this scene in particular, is it also brings in a sense of intentionality to what's happening. Now, obviously, behind the scenes and producer brain and composer brain, like you're thinking about these kind of things, right? You're pulling in certain thematic elements and reusing like certain motifs in the music and things, but there's something about that I think that does translate, even for someone who's not really aware of that layer of the production, where it doesn't just sound like random music. You didn't get this from a stock library. It sounds like music that was crafted to aid in the telling of this story, and to help the listener sort of be guided into the moment with these characters. And of course, what a cool moment it is that we have here Gaius appearing, right? Having just used a little bit of magic to help pull Nathan Murphy out of his rather less than pleasant circumstances. And then even in this sort of moment of feeling down and now being confused, is presented with Gaius, someone who he idolizes, and yet who we find out that Gaius is a fan of Power Metal Ranger of Nathan Murphy, right? And which, you know, is really cool for me being on the podcast with you two together, and so that's also really fun for me. But
just to tie that little thing in, I think the main thing is exactly as you say. The standard viewer is not going to have the context of all of this information, and in general people don't need it, as you say. Like I would love to think that over time we can build up the people in the community would geek out of these Easter eggs, you know, as we might about, you know, Star Wars or some other franchise, you know. But the point is, I think that in creativity in general, these things are felt, you know, they serve the work a lot. People don't know why, you know, but I think that this scene feels a lot more epic for it. And the fact that there is this intention and there is all of this stuff that has been worked out, and you might not have that information, but you're still perceiving something. Like, it's not just, oh, this guy showed up and is talking to that guy. Like, you get this sense of some bigger scope.
It feels important.
The scenes.
Yeah, and I think the music does a good job. It like elevates it almost. Yeah.
Yes.
To where it takes like the story from this grounded level and just lifts it up. Yeah.
It's exactly that. And I think that even though people might not know that theme or why it's used or whatever, I think the fact that it's gone in with that intention adds to that feeling. You know, so and I think that can go for anything. Just if you're writing a story or whatever, it's those little kind of personal bits that we put in there and those decisions and whatever that really kind of add that creativity. That is just those are things that just add a charge to the work that I think are felt in a way that is like subconscious, you know. So I think that's the main kind of purpose of it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and we have Gaius talking to Nathan Murphy about it specifically, that that what he thinks is that Nathan Murphy has exactly what's needed to bring harmony right back to the Celestial Sea, he says, right? And but you know, at a deeper level, that Gaius knows that, like, this isn't you know, Gaius just handing him to the keys to the universe and like everything's set up for him and he's just ready to win. You know, this is, as you said, this is a call to action, and this is really about giving Nathan Murphy sort of like the motivation and the intentionality and the drive to get him to sort of really believe in himself as the Power Metal Ranger, and to, I think, maybe just to help him to kind of recognize the power he has within. Yeah,
exactly. But that's it. It's all about Nathan, you know, in this story, because exactly that. Yeah, Gaius gives him the leg up, getting him out the prison cell and like giving him some kit. But, you know, like, as cool as that is, Nathan still has to do all the work. You know, like, he still has to be the hero and fill those shoes and whatever. And that's exactly the point. Like, you know, Gaius here is almost like a sort of cosmic agent, you know, and as say, you know, as people start to get more and more context of the kind of grander narrative that's happening in LovAnaverse, you can sort of start to see that Gaius is kind of part of serving almost a higher order. But exactly that, it's not as simple as you know, oh, boom, all the goodies can come in and just like magic everything better. It's very much like there's almost an element of espionage in this, you know, a kind of like Gaius is playing the bigger picture. He's like an immortal figure that's been going for like thousands of years, you know, and so he's playing the bigger picture here, and he therefore, by kind of awakening these individuals, and again, it's Nathan's line about the ripple effect, you know, and it's like each thing is like a little ripple. So by engaging somebody like Nathan to be a champion for this cause, which again, the point is, like, this is Nathan's cause. Like, Nathan is aligned, and by what Nathan puts out there, Gaius was able to recognize, like, this is somebody who actually really stands for what is needed. And so this is very much like about Nathan and his agenda. It's just by him putting that out there, Gaius and this kind of, you know, higher order behind the scenes in a way are able to recognize this is somebody that's worth essentially like investing in, supporting to go and start doing what his real calling is, you know? Right.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, as to your credit, Ranger, that this really does this, you know, is where we have the awesome tie into what's happening in the universe and what happened in the real world production of this story and this episode, and bringing together, you know, the band, which as we see, we're going to be coming up to here shortly in our discussion about the actual episode here. But even in this moment, you know, as Gaius is sort of, as you said, you know, he gave him this really cool ship, and of course we find out that FOMO was involved as well, which was really cool, and you know, sort of sneakily behind his back, helping to set him up for success. But you know, but even in this moment, Nathan is sort of still expressing a bit of self-doubt, right? And so in, you know, but for you, like what were you feeling sort of like, you know, in putting this all together, you know, because there's like an element there, right? There's like a you know, Nathan's feeling this way, thinking like, oh, he's not a musician, he's pulling this all together, and you know, yet here you are, you know, sort of bringing this whole project to life. You know, I think that's so what's your kind of thought on this, and how this scene sort of like relates to your own experience of putting this together?
Yeah, I mean, everything is kind of like in way, you know, there's like ups and downs, you know, of course. It's like you have like your moments of just like, this is amazing, whatever, and then you have moments of just like, oh man, this is like so overwhelming, like wow, you know, and then things always kind of come in waves like that. But to your point though about just kind of that parallel, yeah, I mean, William kind of served like the Gaius purpose in a sense in real life as well, because like in the story, you know, Gaius, he focuses in on Nathan's intentions. He knows what he wants to do and stuff. He approves of what he wants to do clearly, because he's taken the time to show up and help provide the tools for Nathan to do what he always wanted to do. It's not that Gaius is making him do something that's completely different from what, you know, he wanted to do. That this is Nathan's mission. But as we said, Gaius just really gives him the tools to actually, you know, have a fighting chance, basically. Like there's no guarantee. It's just, hey, you can kind of stop going through back alleys. And, you know, that's all great and stuff, you know, taking down street level thugs. But like there's, you know, bigger threats that you can make more of a difference. Here's some stuff that'll help you do that, but you still have to go do it yourself, you know? So, and like in real life, when starting the band, I think I talked a little bit about this already. Yeah, lots of ups and downs. I was kind of feeling really overwhelmed. I was getting ready to throw in the towel. And then I spoke to William, and basically he was Gaius. Like he came on board. You know, we talked about it a lot. He believed in the project. So yeah, I mean, he approved of he saw my intention, you know, for the band and stuff like that. And his involvement, I mean, he does many things, but yeah, I mean, at the core, like, again, it's like he kind of serves as like the guys. He kind of helps put all the pieces like together and, you know, just streamlines it and really makes it a reality. Because even in the story, it's like Nathan, without the tools that Gaius gave him, he'd be in the cell. Sure, he gave it a good go. You know, he did what he could, but yeah, he's like hit a roadblock. You know, it's like he's literally in prison, a cell. He can't do anything. And that's almost like how I felt with the project. It was like, man, it's like I have all these different pieces but yeah, I just cannot make the I can't put it all together. Like I'm just hitting blocks, you know. But
Yeah.
William has been the one that has just really helped make the project, the band, a reality. So yeah, that parallel is just, I mean, if you know, you know, like it's as plain as day, you know. But so yeah, it's just killer. You know, we get to.
Yeah.
I get to see this episode and all this stuff with Gaius as this cosmic being, and Nathan, he's this cool spacefaring cowboy gunslinging kind of guy, and you know, all this really fun stuff. That as fellow nerds, you know, I think it's just the kind of thing where it's like, man, this is just incredible.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just this larger than life kind of representation to an extent of just reality. So, yeah, it's just awesome. And there's ups and downs, but having William, Gaius involved, it you know, gives me the courage to keep going, and gives me the confidence that it's something cool. And that we can see it through and just keep going along in this journey. So yeah, I'm forever grateful to Sir Black, Gaius Black, for his belief in all of this. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and one last thing I'll say about that, I think, as well, is that you know, very much you know, in theme with what, you know, what's going on in the story here is that up until this point, Nathan has been trying to go at it alone, right? He wants to make a difference. He knows he has this idea to get, you know, the Rangers together and find the Rangers and all that, which of course we're going to see him doing very shortly here. But he really has been trying to make a difference by himself. And as we often will experience in real life, and as happened here in the production of this show and pulling everybody together, it often is that unity of the coming together, and leaning on each other, you know, that ends up being what helps us to see things through and take things to where we want them to go, right? It is the sort of the power of multiple people that all share a vision, working together as a team, right? To make a difference, and clearly that happened here, and so I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and just one more little anecdote about all that with that parallel that you're talking about is that, you know, Gaius reaches out to Nathan to join this larger community, this you know, this cause, and William did that exactly for me. I reacted to Urania Fantasia, the Arcane Muse, on my channel. And then all of a sudden this guy, you know, William J. Rogers, reaches out to me and we start talking and stuff. And then he invites me to be part of the LovAnarchy and join that community and stuff like that. And even then I was looking at the other people there. I was like, yeah, I'm like the only guy here. There's the only person here that's not like a musician, you know, but William just always believed in me and invited me into the fold. So yeah. So
he's a cool guy.
Yeah,
he has to sit here and listen to us.
I know
tell him how cool he is.
I know.
Sorry, man.
But so I'm not even sure anymore, like where Gaius Black ends and William J. Rogers begins. You know, I think perhaps both.
Gaius is. Especially in this story, Gaius is certainly my idealized self. You know, it's aspirational in a way. You know,
right.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. That's the superpower I would go for more than any other. You know, this ability it's a recurring theme as well. Like, you know, I've never even necessarily been that intentional about it, but when I look back now on all the other stories as you see them come up, Gaius is usually showing up and breaking people out of prison, you know, and kind of settling on this way. And I just think that yeah, that's the superpower I'd go for, man. Like, you know, Nathan introduces Gaius as like the cosmic facilitator, you know, and I just think that's what I aspire to do. You know, I want to create an awesome thing with this and make it a platform to give people these opportunities to unlock themselves, right? Break free of that, you know, prison of ourselves and really unlock our potential and so on. So yeah, you know, like, and again, that's the fun aspect of it, is absolutely there is truth to these stories, and that's, again, it just adds a charge to the work, but also it's doesn't have to be fact. You know, we have fun with it. We get to make fantasy stories. We can distort it as much as we want. We can make the characters like, you know, way cooler and handsomer and whatever. You know, like again, just like a sort of aspirational, dream-like kind of version. And then and we can dial things up, and we can exaggerate the flaws as well. You know, as the as the perks, you know. So yeah, that's certainly all a part of it. And so
well as we're gonna see, you know, is, you know, now we know. So in the story, Gaius has sort of has you know, again, he's broken Nathan out of prison, has helped to kind of rebuild his confidence, you know, and given him the drive again, or at least brought out the drive again that he already really did hold within, and helped him to believe again in himself, to call forth the Rangers, which is, I think, what happens next. So do we want to chat about that, and maybe a little sponsored segment by Kaiju Energy?
yeah, I mean,
Kaiju Energy.
Gaius pretty much sets him up. I mean, his first task really is just look through the applications, you know, of all the folks who are willing to be Rangers. But I love the next scene. He wakes up, he finds out he's got a little surprise in the fridge, which is this Kaiju Energy, which is another thing that I love, that kind of like FOMO with having like the cat, the robot cat. Like William likes to work in like real life things, you know, that he knows about me kind of in this. And yeah, it's like I drink an energy drink every day. You know, I don't like coffee. Yeah, I just don't. And so it's an energy drink for me. So it's like I like energy drinks. And so I love that in here it's like, boom, it's like, yeah, he's got an energy drink. He's ready to go. And so it's just like, oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah. And people who know me would just laugh at that. Yeah, they just laugh at that scene because they know it's like, oh god, and of course he's got to have his energy drink.
And that's the thing. I'd like seen you know, sometimes on the Monster energy drink, and so that's made me think, okay, I like Monster energy drink, but I just thought because we have the kaiju in the episode, and it's kind of, you know, a theme with the whole Power Rangers thing, that, you know, there's going to be a lot of these kind of kaiju big monsters. I just thought, how about we kind of play on Monster energy drink and make kaiju energy drink? And man, that's just like one of those scenes that's like, it's not like necessary for the story by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just a fun little thing. Like, and it, I love how, like, so he gets up and he chugs this like kaiju energy drink, you know, and it's just like, it's this fun little thing that almost feels like product placement for a fictional product, you know. It's like it, you know, in some like old movies you'd get that a lot, where they just like, you know, conveniently demonstrate this product that's a really great product, you know, and it's obviously being like plugged by the company, you know. And it feels like Kaiju Energy have done that, even though this is a completely fictional scenario, which for me there's just something very kind of fun about.
No, I love that.
Gag almost, you know.
And Kaiju Energy should be a real thing.
I'm over here drinking an energy drink right now, actually. So.
We need to get you like a kaiju bottle to put
it right there.
100%.
That's right, like, Kaiju Energy.
Ranger and we've spoken about that before, how like we'd love to do that. You know, you get that so much with energy drinks. Like a lot of companies will kind of, or anybody that has any kind of audience will just sort of slap their name on a energy drink, you know, and so I mean, you know, if we can get like enough demand, then 100% we'd love to do like actual kaiju energy drinks.
That'd be amazing. Amazing.
Unleash your inner roar with kaiju energy.
Monster Energy needs to reach out to us to do a special kaiju edition,
Kaiju
special
edition,
flavor.
Right.
Yeah. Monster
PMR
kaiju.
kaiju.
Incredible. But no, I love that. And then, he chugs it. He's ready to go. And then he sees like the morphers. And then you see like in the pictures, like got the morphers. He's got his little futuristic kind of laptop thingy sitting there to go through all the applications. And he's like, oh my gosh, like there's this many applications. And like, again, it's like he still has that trepidation or hesitancy kind of that still, which I think makes sense. Like if you think about what this dude's just been through in the last like 12 hours, it's a lot. So I think it's kind of like a whirlwind. It's like, he kind of got boosted up by Gaius, but he's out of prison, but he's also just super tired. But so now he wakes up and it's like still wondering if it's a dream, but he sees the ship and stuff. And FOMO, he's like, no, it wasn't a dream. Wow. Oh, but now I got to go through this list and get like, there's just a lot happening really, really fast. So I think he's settling in. He's going with the flow. He's kind of doing what he's got to do, but it still hasn't all like really sunk in yet. But then he's got the morphers and stuff there, and FOMO's like, oh, you should try it on. Nathan does, and then I just love that. You hear the sound effect and all that good stuff, and then he's like, man, I'm not gonna like this feels good. Like this junk's tight.
Right.
And I just love that
Ranger.
Yeah, the White Ranger suit.
And you had to be the White Ranger, right?
I did.
You obviously got the first. You got the first pick on which color, right? So
it
had to be, first Power Metal Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie. Tommy the White Ranger, right?
Yeah. Oh, Tommy Eller. Yeah. Oh, the White Ranger was always my favorite as a kid. I mean, first he was the Green Ranger, which was tight, but then when that White Ranger came out it was like, dude, this guy is so awesome. And Tommy was so cool too. Jason David Frank. Man, I get sad about that to this day, but he was just amazing. He was just incredible. And the character was awesome. And just the White Ranger suit was so cool. So like, I'm White Ranger is just my favorite. So I was like, okay, we got the different band members and stuff get to pick their colors and stuff. I was like, White Ranger's off limits right away. You guys pick whatever else you want. I've laid claim to this. So,
and you almost felt a little bad for Jason because like he was like definitely the leader of the Rangers, right? And then all of a sudden Tommy comes in and just completely is like, oh no, he's actually the leader, right? But I mean, come on, he was just so cool. He was every kid wanted to be him. I know I did. I mean, it's like, I still have my Saba like right over there, and but as far as Power Metal Ranger goes, right? He's sitting here, the scene is really hilarious. I mean, he's sitting there on his bed on the ship, almost it's almost like a hangover, and he's sitting there trying to like ease himself into the day. Still doesn't really believe what just happened. I think he actually says it at some point. He's like, was that even real? And but then he's going through all of his applications, and of course then of course, like you said, he goes ahead and uses his morpher for the first time, and transforms really, almost in a very true way into the Power Metal Ranger.
I think that's like this moment where it's like it starts to feel real, and that moment where he's like, this actually feels good. It's like, whoa, now look at me, like I'm like a super soldier now. Like whoa. Right.
Yeah. You might want to check your audio there, Will, just FYI. But the one of the things that I love, of course, about the design for him is the fact that he still has the cowboy helmet, you know, and it's like sort of integrated into the suit, you know, and then of course like the sort of the trench coat is a part of the suit. It's you know,
the helmet is actually a really funny story. When William and I were first like talking about this, and he was like kind of designing the suit and stuff, and we were trying to figure out things to how it would look, and yeah, I mean, we're trying to carry over a lot of the aesthetics of just Nathan's, you know, cowboy suit attire and all that,
right? The
trench coat and stuff. But he sent me over like an iteration that kind of had like the hat thing, and at first I hated it. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, this is ridiculous. I was like, first of all, it looks ridiculous to me, and second of all, why do you need like a hat on a helmet? Like when you think of like a hat, it's like to shield your eyes and stuff from the sun. And I was like, but you have a helmet on, you know? It's like, so I was like, what? This is just so weird. And so we kind of did back and forth. He'd send me some other stuff. And then I even apologized to him at the time. I was like, I'm sorry, dude. I know I'm being a pain. Because there'd be another iteration. I'd be like, well, now it just looks like he's wearing like a motorcycle helmet. Like, I was just being so picky and going back and forth. And he was probably ready to just be like, all right, forget this project. We're done. Like, you're being way too difficult. But ultimately, he kind of eased me into the idea of the hat helmet thing. And there were so many different iterations. And I was spending so much time, probably too much, just looking at each one, just focusing on it like so much. And eventually we kind of settled in on, the look, the one that we have, and it grew on me. And other people I've shown it to, no one else had the same reaction I did when I first saw like a helmet, like a hat on a helmet. They're like, "Oh, that looks really cool." I'm like, "Okay, yeah." I think it does now, but it took some time. And William knows I was not sold on the helmet, the hat helmet, immediately. But eventually it grew on me, and now I think it's so distinctive, you know, so.
Oh, totally, yeah. I mean, and of course, with the iconic, you know, sort of like the portrait picture of him with the guns blazing, and he's got the you know, the trench coats flowing, and he's got the, you know, and it's kind of with the head being down. I mean, it gives him like the really cool, and the thing is, it still looks futuristic and awesome and everything, but you know, but with that you know, cowboy sort of theme, you know, the gunslinger more than anything, and but then what to me, what's just so hilarious is the very next thing you see is he's sitting there, you know, getting, you know, after having just sort of gone through all of the candidates, right? And you know, he's like, oh man, I'm like badass, like, you know, the Power Metal Ranger. And then he's just sitting there with his suit on and the helmet's like sort of the visors up. And he's just sitting there chugging. He's got like 20 Kaiju energy drinks over there, which like
somehow he's not dead.
Great, powerful liver on that guy, I think. You know, and he's
That's no, and I love that image too. I think it's so funny. Like it makes me think of like an in-universe thing of like, you know, like Robert Downey Jr. is like Iron Man. Like it's the kind of image I could see him doing like on like the cover of GQ magazine in the Marvel universe, you know, Tony Stark, you know, Iron Man with just his face. I was like, that's my GQ picture right there. So I'm ready to go, you know,
or something. But with Kaiju energy.
Or I guess it'd be like a fancy, like, you know, champagne or something. Probably. His high style. That's what you get when you're a billionaire. But no. And one last thing I want to say too about the helmet, just with how unreasonable I was, is that when I first saw it too, I was thinking to myself, I don't know why this would matter, but to myself, I was like, you know, it's like when you see like the heroes and stuff, they have like their helmet off, even the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and they have like the helmet there by their side. You know, I was like, with those things, I was like, how's he gonna hold that helmet when it's got like the things like coming off there, like the hat? And that's what bothered me. I was like, you can't hold that comfortably like this.
I feel like it potentially would make it more comfortable. It gives you like a grip or something,
Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that part of it was as well that we came up with an original design, and you were sold on that one. Like we dialed one in basically, that you were like, I love that design. So I think that that's part of it, because what we then did was make all the designs for the other characters, and it really started to like develop in this way where each character, like their ranger suit, had unique features. Instead of them all being uniform and then just having different colors, it started to be like, actually, like it's almost like the suit adapts to the individual. So Ætherial is like we call him half demon, but he's like a tiefling sort of thing. And so he has horns, right? And so like if it was just a one size fits all helmet, then how's that going to work with horns in the way? So there's a maybe even magical component to this, where it's almost like the suit kind of adapts to its wearer. And so he's taken what is like a purple violet suit or whatever, but then it's kind of morphed to his features and given the horns and things in it for Ætherial, the Violet Ranger. So because that then as that developed, that was like, that's really cool. This actually works really well. And so we started doing it with all these other characters, at which point we kind of came back round to Nathan. And then I felt like by that point, Nathan's suit was almost like a generic one. And I just felt like it was lacking that same kind of thing that the others had. And that's where I just thought, so what is he out of the suit? And he's this gunslinger, right? And I just thought if we could kind of incorporate that, so it's almost like he's got, if you look at his character design outside of the suit, he's got the cowboy hat, he's got the trench coat, and the dual pistols. That's what's distinctive about his character. So it's like, how about we kind of made the White Ranger suit, but in a way that is like a morphed version of that. So yeah, I that's when I was like, okay, how about changing it to do that? And then I think that aspect of changing it when you were already like, but I love like this kind of more generic suit look. There was maybe some resistance to that. And as you say, we probably went over like 100 helmet designs.
So many, man. So many.
But yeah, I thought it was super cool. I mean, some did look bad. I'm not gonna lie, right? Some looked really naff, and it was hard to get it right. And I think it was better where it looks more like the helmet has that shape in it than just the fact that he's wearing a cowboy hat or whatever. There was one I remember you didn't like because you said it made him look like a cat or something, almost like he had cat ears. Yeah,
it's like the things were almost up like this. I was like, a cat ear helmet? No, I'm not going to go around. I'm not playing Fortnite. Yeah,
in the end, I think that's I think for me it's more iconic and unique that way. And again, these are the things. Is like once you sort of settle on them, then you can't see them any other way. But when you're in that, when the clay's still wet and you're molding, it's like, and there's like infinite variations, then that can be a tricky process sometimes.
Yeah. Well, so the very next thing in the episode is now Nathan has kind of called forth the Rangers, and they've heeded the call, right? They've accepted their position on the team and in the band, right? And so we get to be introduced to them. So we already have been introduced to the first two Rangers, of course, being Power Metal Ranger and Gaius Black. And so maybe we could run through some of the other four band members here, right? And just kind of you guys, will have your own sort of insight on them, and both in universe and in real life, and bringing them into the band actually. And so maybe we'll talk about why don't we start with Ætherial, right? We kind of mentioned him already, and being the violet, Power Metal Ranger. And the lead vocalist, the sort of the front man in a way, in a sort of almost a dual front man, a co-front man with Power Metal Ranger himself. But So why don't, if you guys want to kind of take it from there, we've mentioned that he's sort of half demon, right? He's a sorcerer. So what's the inspiration there for him? Where does he sort of come from and come into the picture as a character and also the real his real avatar, as it were?
Well, I mean, ultimately each band member got to kind of come up with the idea for their character, so it's like William and I didn't just make these characters and say, hey, this is who you're going to be. So each of these characters that you see, like the Violet Ranger, Ætherial, who represents Stefano Springnadello in real life, that's his input. Like, that's him, that's his character. And that was something that was important for William and I, is that they each got to have and create their own character if they wanted to.
We pretty much did it like you would do if you were playing an RPG, like Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, I created like a sort of template character sheet type thing in a form, and we gave that to each of them, and we gave them that platform to chat about it if they wanted to. Some maybe a little more than others, but otherwise, yeah, they kind of got to come up with their own character as if they were playing an RPG. And there was a few questions in the form that helped us get a little bit more gauge of, I deliberately put in not only kind of what, strengths or attributes these characters might have, but also what conflicts they have, because that actually helps to write more. Is like, all right, cool, these are all the kind of flashy features of this character, but maybe this one's a little socially awkward. Maybe this one can be a little aloof, maybe this one is like very serious and has no chill, and so that was a key part of the form that we gave them, and I gave a bunch of examples as well of kind of conflicts or sort of almost disabilities that they can have, and some of them kind of picked some of those, and some of them kind of came up with things about their character, and that's what gave us the thread to work off for every one of those characters. And Stefano, he came up with Ætherial, and yeah, he was really cool. He was really into it, and he got in touch and chatted a lot about it as well. I got the impression that maybe he has some experience playing Dungeons and Dragons or something, especially because he came up with a sort of tiefling type of character. And yeah, he was really into it, and so what he came up with was super cool for that character, and then we incorporated that into the story. So yeah, I mean, we can go through them. I mean, there's 5 others, so 7 of us, like, in total.
Apologies, yeah.
And then 8 for FOMO, but obviously Nathan's introducing them, and we've seen him morph, so the kind of it does this sort of like montage sequence, like I love that was the way that we did it, with the kind of music that's almost like getting pumped, like dun, 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 dun.
Well, that's why in the episode 2, I even tried to kind of MC it a little bit, like I kind of,
totally. Almost like
a bit WWE,
like you're watching wrestling. Yeah.
I was like, I got to give a little extra gusto, for this.
And then they come in with these sort of like catchphrases. It's quite a fun, almost cheesy, on the edge, as you say, kind of WWE type. Yeah. Like, you're announcing each one, and then they come in and just like bust out a sort of little, almost like catchphrase kind of.
But I love that.
Just kind of gives their character, almost sums up like a little presentation of each character.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I love that, because right off the rip, like, you're hearing their name, you're seeing them, so you're kind of getting a sense for their attributes, just based on how they look physically. And then they do like a little one-liner thing that gives you a little glimpse into just kind of who they are, So it's awesome. It's like a lot is done with like a little there. And I just think that's really cool. And yeah, it's like, while this story is still very much focused like on Nathan, this episode 1, you get these other characters, and you get, throughout the rest of the episode, you get more insights into them to an extent.
Just by
but I'm really looking, but I'm really looking to kind of flesh them out even more, and for people to get to know each of these characters even better, than just kind of being a very supporting character here. Like, oh, here now they show up, they're here. Right. They join the cause. Why? why did they join? Like, what is their like backstory? It's like, yeah, we get like this is kind of their personality, but like, what kind of created that? What led up to that?
Right.
What molded them into how they are now? So that's So
I suppose we can go through like as so far that we're given this kind of presentation of them. So perhaps we can just give a little bit more insight into the presentation of the real life of the character and the real life person. So I mean, Ætherial, Ætherial, Violet Ranger, Stefano Springlandello, of course, the lead singer of the band. I think this also ties into the fact that that whole thing of Nathan going through this like database of musicians and stuff, and how he has to spend like all day like thinking about this and working out who he's going to invite. This is also another parallel to reality, because it's actually quite extraordinary like how many people Power Metal Ranger knows and how much interest there actually was in this project. And obviously he's taken back by it in the episode, but also in reality. And there was, especially because I think we mentioned before that Stefano was the last person in this lineup to join, and by that point, like we'd taken it a far way, and we did have another singer in mind originally that was part of the project, but when that wasn't working out, it's like, okay, we're gonna get a new singer, and this is obviously a really important role, and Ranger really did have to, like, you had a whole database, man, to go through options and people that you knew and whatever. And it was a real, like, you worked hard genuinely at like processing this and listening loads. And you sent a kind of short list and stuff as well. And I was listening a bunch and so on. But yeah, Stefano was just like, he was the guy, right? He was really he was the number one choice out of everybody, because you heard something in his voice that you really felt was right for this project, and so he's a pretty good one, I think, to tie into like how it works in the story as a more dramatized version. But I mean, really cool guy and a phenomenal singer, right?
Yeah, I think up next we had Aetherian Duskbane.
Yes,
the Red Metal Ranger,
Adrian Duardo. In reality, and I mean, also this very international project. All of these guys are from different countries. So Stefano is from Italy, and he's in the band Great Master, right? And Adrian, he's from France, and he's in the band Heartlight. And I mean, that's a fun character as well. I mean, he's the Red Ranger, and he's definitely the most sort of like aggressive. He's
very like laser focused on like, let's take him out,
And in his sort of like premise, we asked people to give like references and things like that, maybe example kind of characters or things, and he loved this vibe of like a Bloodborne hunter kind of thing. So you can see that in the design of his character, where he's got this sort of grim, dark kind of vibe to him, and he's sort of he's like very lawful in this way that like he's obsessed with destroying evil, and therefore he's kind of has this almost total lack of humor. Like which in a way creates humor as well, but he's just like very serious. And he's almost like he's got this kind of like darkness about how much he wants to destroy evil. Like it's there's a almost anti-hero kind of edge to how aggressive he is about destroying evil, but ultimately it works. He's aligned with the cause, but like he's very aggressive about it. And that's a fun character, I think, for that, and so his whole thing is like justice at all costs, right? Like all evil will be eliminated and destroyed and so on. When Maria was listening to it, she found that character like really funny and entertaining, and she was like, it's almost like listening to like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something,
right?
In the way that he's super like,
yeah, I was thinking like Commando, you know, when he's just mowing down all the dudes with a machine gun,
right.
You know, it's like just that 80s like
and one other thing that we may touch on as well, just in character here, is that each character has their own sort of unique way of contributing to both the band and, of course, as well as Rangers, sort of in combat, right, and everything. And just briefly going back to Ætherial, right, him being sort of this half demon sorcerer. And using the trident, right? He's got a trident as sort of his,
which came from
his sort
Stefano.
of,
yeah,
right, which being very, you know, super like D&D, of course, or something. Then now back to Ætherial, of course, you know, being the lead guitarist, but he's a gunslinger, but he's almost like he uses spells, so his guns are really sort of firing magical energy.
That's it.
They're
so
like shooting spells at you. Right?
What Adrian put in his like character sheet, as it were, was sort of his idea that he is, like they're like spells woven into bullets that he fires. So it's almost like he's got this alchemist sorcerer kind of element to him, but mostly in the preparation of otherwise being like a heavy fire tank kind of dude, you know, in terms of like his you know, in terms of gunslinging, like Nathan is definitely a lot more sort of skillful with the pistols type of thing, whereas Ætherial is just like all out aggression, like heavy fire. You know,
that's why later in the episode we'll touch on that, but
yeah.
No, I love it. Yeah, it's amazing.
I love that aspect to him. And this was the thing, is that we wanted to make each character distinct, which again was awesome how naturally that actually happened, just by what the guys wanted to contribute. So that actually made it really easy, which again is part of the cool thing about really encouraging that organic component from each person, because if it's one person thinking about everything, then you know you might end up getting more, you know, similarities or whatever, whereas each person, like given that freedom, may come in with something totally different that you wouldn't expect, and it ended up working so well. And then just writing them and the conversations between them, it really came down to just like, how do we differentiate them, how would they all kind of talk based on this, and it happened really seamlessly. So yeah, Ætherial definitely becomes the real kind of hothead, no mercy, aggressive. Like he always, like, you know, in the next scene they're going to talk about like how they, you know, their plan and putting a plan together to like, you know, and Ætherial's always the guy that wants to just like run in there and blow everything. You know? Right. That's the role that he's serving in the group. And I mean, who's next on the montage?
So I think next introduced in the episode is Ludwig Evans.
Mm-hmm.
So Ludwig Evans being, of course, bringing the thunder, the drummer of the band.
Yes.
And I believe that he is also a sorcerer, which is funny, but he's a rogue. And very certainly a different
the Black
ilk
Ranger.
than the Black Metal Ranger, which is great. The Black Metal Ranger.
The Black Metal Ranger. Yeah, he's the one that's almost in another genre. Yeah, the Black Metal Ranger. Ranger. Do you want to say something about Ludwig and Emil?
Yeah, that's Emil, the drummer. He was formerly in the band Lastera. Unfortunately, they recently disbanded. Yeah, from Denmark. No, you know, it's funny because with this character, you know, I just feel like it fits his personality so well. Like he's got this real kind of dry kind of sense of humor, like in real life. Like he's. Yeah, you know, he's just got this unique
he's the Scandinavian guy of the group. You know? So he's got that sort of like coldness to him, you know?
Yeah. No, I love it. And then it comes through in the characters. Like, yeah, he's like this rogue kind of guy. He kind of, you know, deals with like the shadow, almost like the dark arts kind of, but like his approach to everything too is just very, just dry. Like, I mean, the dude, it almost sounds like at times he's like bothered to even be there. Like he's just impatient with like, wow, like these children, like what am I even doing here kind of guy, you know, almost like the like a rain cloud, like perpetually above someone's head kind of guy. Yes. It's like this dude, he's literally just always got like a shadow over him. Like, yeah. And I just love that aspect. And I think, you know,
it's just as the Black Ranger, he's the dark one, I guess.
Yeah.
And so he's definitely like this kind of sardonic type of character. He's very sarcastic a lot. He's very like, and again, like this is the fun thing about it is absolutely this is a group of heroes, but there's a lot of kind of shades across the group. And so it does get these elements of like, yeah, they're absolutely all heroes and they're united by what is ultimately a good cause. But actually, if you take each individual character, there's quite a range, and again, it creates a good contrast in the group. And there are a couple of them, like Ætherial as well. It's like he's a good guy, but he is almost so aggressively good that at times it's kind of questionable, like how good he actually is. And Ludwig is definitely like that. Ludwig is almost like he's kind of so dark that is like, are you sure you're a good guy? You know,
he's really kind of edgy.
Yeah, he's almost reluctant to be a good guy. He's kind of like, I guess I kind of somehow got in with the good guys, but like, you know, Nathan is very upright about kind of being a good guy and wanting to do good, whereas Ludwig is kind of a bit more like not necessarily that invested in that, like, but if his interests can kind of align with what is ultimately good, then all right, fine. And that's kind of his attitude, you know. So he's often making snide remarks, sarcastic remarks. He's kind of taking the piss about stuff. He's like often just not remotely enthusiastic and is kind of like, fine, I'll just go along with it anyway. And I think that's really fun. You know, he ends up being, again, he's a very dry character. So there's this element that is almost lacking in humor, but that's again what ends up making him one of the most humorous characters is just this kind of dry, kind of sarcastic contrast that he has.
Yeah, and it's like, it's so funny because it's like, as the viewer, it's like you're probably watching and just wonder, like, why is this guy doing this? Like, why? Like he makes these comments and stuff. It's like, but he's still there. He's still going along with like. Like,
what's just the only way? Yeah, that's the only way.
It's just so
go
funny.
Along with being a goodie is like kind of complaining about it the whole time, you know?
Right? No, right? No, yeah, it's great.
Right. And I just would also say, you know, tying into my, obviously for me, big passion for D&D, you know, going through some of these characters, I know you've sort of given them almost the types of like alignments that we have in D&D as well, right?
Yeah,
so I think he's like lawful neutral. One other thing that maybe we could touch on, since this is certainly the place to be able to do it, is that each of these characters, and we have the other members to get through as well, but is that these characters are not, it's not just like, oh, I'm just like the black metal ranger, like I just like thought it'd be cool to have a black suit, right? They're also aligned with like a color of ether in the LovAnaverse, which I'm almost certain you could tell us a little bit about, Will.
Well, it's especially the ether element, which, you know, comes into the story here or there in various places. We had the green ether that Gaius, like, was a sign of Gaius's magic and stuff. So that does creep into the stories in various ways, but it's especially prevalent within the TCG because in the trading card game, when you're playing the game, everything is powered through ether, and so you have 5 different colors of ether, and so that means that every character is drawing on a certain kind of energy, especially essentially, and sometimes combinations of them, and they're really, there's like a whole lot of meaning to the different kinds of colors, like what they represent, and how they contrast, and there are like philosophies and stuff there, and so that definitely ties into the ranger suits. I mean, we have 7 ranger suits, so it doesn't map perfectly to the 5. So there's a couple there that are definitely more like combinations, but certainly the 5 that are the ether colors are generally very representative of those colors. In fact, I would say that Nathan Murphy is the most archetypal like face of white Æther that there could be, in terms of him being so sort of honorable and about duty and about the kind of the standing up for the little guy and the collective. It's not about being big and flash within yourself necessarily. It's about, you know, the greater picture and you know, the whole philosophy that he stands for is just like the most kind of representative thing of the white Æther I think that you could get, but there are different variations of it as well, which we can talk about those characters as they come up in various places. But Nathan is definitely very testament to that. And so exactly the same thing, if you look at Ætherial as the Red Ranger, you know, Red Æther is inherently the most aggressive, explosive, you know, so on. And so same in the trading card game. If you're playing red cards, these are generally going to be more aggressive cards that want to go like rush in and do as much damage as fast as possible, you know, as opposed to white, where you might want to kind of build up more of a, you know, a collective, a kind of a small army of, you know, different kind of guys and give them all a leg up, you know. So that's certainly a component to it. And yeah, Ætherial certainly well represents the philosophy of Red Æther. And Ludwig as Black definitely as well, because Black is more about amorality, like not necessarily, it's not about evil. I mean, certainly a lot of evil characters are going to draw on Black Æther, but it's not essentially about evil. It's like more of a kind of, you know, amorality. If you think of it as an opposite to white in that way, yeah, Ludwig is not necessarily motivated by trying to be as good and as upstanding as possible, you know, but again, he's going to kind of maybe go an unconventional way that at times might be questionable, but ultimately use that in a way that comes to be for good. So he's again, it's about the shadow, right? And so he uses these shadow magics and this, you know, sort of stuff that otherwise might be a bit taboo and questionable, but he is here aligning it for good, you know, which is what the character says himself. And yeah, and so then you know, that is a factor certainly, that you know, comes into, I mean, in the trading card game, black cards will tend to do things again that are kind of questionable, and often like you do things maybe at a cost, like you're willing to kind of sacrifice your own, you know, things, or maybe even give some of your own life away to like get this extra ability and things like that. It's this kind of you know, that kind of philosophy. So that, yeah, that's certainly a component. And as you said, we also put those D&D type alignments in there, and those are by no means like fixed. I don't, you know, there's just an element that, again, we put those in the character sheets because anything that can help us just get a kind of baseline to develop a character is a cool tool. And so if a character is sort of categorized as a certain alignment, that doesn't have to define that character, and it doesn't mean that character is always only that alignment. A character can evolve, a character can, you know, so on, but it kind of just gives us a little bit of a, if you're going to see a profile of a character, gives you like a kind of a little bit of an instant gauge for them. And so exactly that, like the fact that you said that Ludwig was listed as lawful neutral, I think, which would have been what Emil selected. And again, I think it shows you that aspect of that character, that he doesn't necessarily even see himself as a good guy. You know, he kind of serves himself in his own kind of way of thinking about life. And that does happen to align with the Power Metal Rangers, but you know, again, he doesn't have this pride about being a good guy necessarily, you know. So yeah, and yeah, the different characters have these different elements to them. Obviously, like in D&D, some of them have this kind of chaotic element to them, and you certainly see that in their character, you know. So
yeah. Well, speaking of chaotic, the next character on the roster is oh god, Gideon Dracardo Van Emerloot II, the Gold Medal Ranger. And with an alignment of chaotic neutral, and being a dragon scientist, which is he's particularly fun in this episode specifically. So let's talk about him a little bit.
He's like the silliest, like just outright silliest kind of character. That it's just bizarre, but it's funny. It's cool. I mean, he's a dragon, so it's like we have like everyone else is like humanoid,
right.
But then you have this dragon, which I guess is, I mean, he's like a humanoid dragon, but he walks on 2 feet and 2 legs and all that. But
he's sort of like a dragonborn in D&D. That's the kind of vibe that we settled on. Only because at first Gideon was like, "Yeah, I'm just going to choose dragon," and okay. How are we going to get a dragon in a ranger suit? Like, that's not going to go with the uniform at all. Like, all right, how are we going to,
Right.
So that kind of made sense. I was like, maybe kind of like a dragonborn in D&D, and Gideon was like, yeah, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
You found.
And one of the great thing, being and his role in the band being that of the keyboardist, which I think is really makes sense, given that he's a scientist, he's a mathematician, right? He's obsessed with numbers, right? And then
prime numbers, prime numbers. Yeah, specifically prime numbers.
Specifically, and then of course the sort of like the order of like and structure that kind of comes with the keys on a keyboard and all that. So that sort of really works for the character. But like and tell me, let's make sure that we call out his real world counterpart.
It's basically the same. Yeah. Gideon Ricardo Van Emelu is his real name, and we basically just changed it to Dracardo.
Dracardo.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And the second, but he'll say in the episode that he's the first of his name, and then A3, and I think it's A3. It's like makes sense, Dragon. You say you're the first,
like,
but
no
it's
nonsense.
the second.
A3's
he's like, this is ridiculous.
Right.
And then Gideon's just like, no, the prime 2 is the first prime number, so I'm the first in prime numbers. And it's just you couldn't get more extreme the interaction between Gideon and Ætherial. It's like, talk about extremes, like
yeah, exactly. Well, as you say, because he's like very silly. So Ætherial is like no nonsense at all. Like he has like no tolerance for nonsense. He's like, what are you joking about? Like, we got evil to destroy. He literally says something to that effect.
And Gideon is just like very over the top, just boom, larger than life almost. Just
I mean, totally. I mean, he's literally like a dragon guy. He's so large in life. It's like he kind of lives in his own world by his own rules.
Yeah.
And that's that chaotic neutral kind of component. Is like he's there and he is very powerful and very useful, but just this total wild card. Like, because he's just so chaotic. And there is this element to him as well where, again, Gideon gave chaotic neutral. He's not necessarily all about being a good guy, but he's kind of along for the ride. He's almost like having fun, like, and you're kind of trying to work out what exactly is this guy, doing. He's almost just like, there because something exciting's happening here, and like just just throw in this like chaotic wildcard element. So he's very fun. I mean, do you want to talk maybe a little bit about Gideon, the real one, Ranger?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, great dude, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I said it in maybe the previous episode or something, but Gideon is one of the 2 members of the Power Metal Rangers that have been here since the beginning, because we went through, like I said, he jumped on board straight away along with Jack Stanley, which if my math checks out, he'll be the next and final announced Ranger. So them too. They were the only ones who were here that jumped on board from the beginning and stuck around for the whole thing. So just incredible. He does the songwriting for Woods of Wonders as well, right, William? Because I know he
does that whole
that's his whole project, really.
So he has got Woods of Wonders, like he writes metal operas and stuff, Gideon composes those
incredible
entirely
stuff.
himself, and then he gets just like huge casts of
Yeah.
loads of awesome musicians. So he's a fantastic composer and orchestrator and stuff like in his own right, and singer as well.
Yeah.
He's obviously primarily here on the keyboards and synths, which I think is like his first instrument. But he's just a super multi-talented dude, like all these guys are really.
Everyone, yeah.
Unbelievable talent from all these guys.
Our drummer, Emil, he does like orchestrations and he would do like the primary songwriting for Last Air. It's like a drummer does all that. Like
guys,
everyone
stuff.
is just bursting with talent and skill.
And Gideon's Dutch as well. He's from the Netherlands. It's another country on the list. This very multicultural thing that we got going on.
Yeah.
And you can hear that, obviously. Well, you can hear all of them, like a little bit of inflections and stuff, which is fun. It helps. Another thing that helps differentiate all the characters, you know. So yeah, and also another thing is that Gideon, you know, for Rangers Go especially, and for a lot of the stuff that we're working on, like he actually brings a lot of vocals in as well. Like he creates like so much in the choirs, like tons and tons of layers of like backing vocals and things like that. So and he did write the chorus on this song as well. Like he started the writing of
the melody. They actually started the song
chorus melody. Yeah, that started everything.
And then we built everything out from that. But no, he planted like the seed of the song, and then it just kind of all grew from there.
So yeah, but then when it came to like getting them all to create characters, Gideon definitely just clearly wanted to
went hog wild
and just like, come up with something that was just wild and funny and whatever. And so so he just, again, that's that kind of RPG sort of component to it, is like, you know, I don't think that either any of us would have come up with this, but then he just had this thing about how he's like this dragon mathematician that's obsessed with prime numbers, and he just kept on going with this theme of just like everything came back to how it was all about prime numbers and this, you know, and so it's like, okay, he just gave us that to work with, and it's like, all right, well, we can't ignore that then. And then it was the same with the name. It's like, so he wrote in this thing like second of his name, but it's because it's the first in prime numbers,
right?
You know,
which
like,
to be a total nerd, the 2 being the first prime number, also being the only even prime number. And so to the theme of him being this sort of very unique character,
he's
and
unique,
kind of
all right.
very, very much his own personality, differentiate him from anyone else. Fantastic. Just, you know, that even works at that level too.
That's it. And that's why when it came to dialogue, it was just like, all right, this is the character that's just kind of going to be wild and just say nonsensical stuff and silly stuff and just have like insights that are like, what?
Yeah, well, it's like later too, during the battle, which we'll talk about, they have to like keep him focused. He's almost just like going from he's just like he's almost just taking it all in and like, oh yeah, what was like the mission? I don't know, but like I'm doing this. Like, Gideon, can you take care of this? Oh yeah, okay, fine, I guess.
I think
he's like, fine.
I think that this character, I kind of, again, we'll see as we flesh all of this out more, but I get the impression that Gideon is almost like too powerful, because he's like a dragon dude from like, and we don't go into it too much, but like, you know, like Gideon also added that he's, you know, from this kind of fantastical world, and he was sort of like the last dragon from there, and so on. And so like, it's almost as if like he's just ridiculously powerful and could probably just go and do so much by himself. But if anything, his main downside is just that he's kind of crazy, you know. So he gets kind of aloof and detached, and like that's the thing with this character. It's that chaotic element, you know. Right.
He's a mad genius, right? He's you know,
right.
Yeah. Well, then I think rounding us off here is Jor-El, the Blue Metal Ranger, and who is the band's bassist and orchestrator. And I believe he is in universe. He is an elven stealth archer. So acting as again, bringing the thunder right alongside Ætherian, right, bringing the low end to the band. Which I also absolutely love his design with the hair sort of flowing out from the back of the helmet. Not as important to protect the back of his head as it is to make sure that his glorious mane is just flowing at all times. But let's talk about him. About Jor-El.
Yeah, that's Jack Stanley. He's also in the band Grimgots. I mean, he stays busy. He's in lots of projects, but yeah, with the bass and orchestrations, like he's just incredible with orchestrations and bass. And like I said before, he was one of the only two who jumped on board right at the beginning of this project and are still there. And he's from England, like William. They're the only two that are like from the same country. Everyone else is from different countries. And I actually had the pleasure of meeting Jack in person when I went to London a few months ago. I met William and Jack in person, and great guy. Just lots of fun. And and I love his character too, because he's another one that it feels like it brings like a level-headedness kind of to things. You have these kind of crazy extremes like Gideon and then Ætherian and then Ludwig with his just dryness and all that good stuff. But then you have someone like Jor, who I think it falls much more in the middle. And yeah, I just love the hair flowing. It's so cool. I mean, when you think of like an elven archer, yeah, he's got to have that. And if you see Jack in real life, he's got these really curly locks that are just flowing. So it's like it works.
I think it's cool. I feel like if you're gonna like have a metal band on stage, you need at least one guy that has the long hair that they can be.
Right.
Yeah, the windmill.
Even if they got a helmet on, the hair's got to be there, right? So yeah, he brought that in again. It was a unique component, and I think the thing is, he's also the character that he created was a very traditional fantasy character, and definitely leaned into
elven stealth archer. I mean,
exactly. I mean, he said,
iconic.
I think he was like a Skyrim fan, and was like, I'm just going for the most like go-to Skyrim, kind of stealth archer vibe, right?
Yeah,
and that's what he was about, and so that was kind of the main thing that he brought, and he said that he wanted him to be much more reserved for one, and much more methodical, and I think that's the thing about him being blue, again another ether color that we use, like and I think again this really shows that contrast. Like if you think again, in the trading card game, for instance, red characters are going to be aggressive and rush in and want to do as much damage as fast as possible. Blue characters are pretty much the opposite in that way. They want to be slow and methodical. They want to think things through. They want to be maybe more technical and plan properly. And so if you're playing blue in the trading card game, you're going to be more like maybe stopping your opponent from doing stuff and interrupting and things to buy yourself more time to kind of almost outthink somebody. So you very much see that in the contrast of these characters. And I mean, in the next scene, that exact dialogue happens where Ætherian's like, let's go and rush in. What are we waiting for? Let's go blow everything up. And Jor's like, maybe we could think things through, and so it's exactly like that. So he's quite kind of stoic and methodical. And again, that's that role that he plays, that then between the whole group, they're able to have this contrast of like the next scene then became easy to write because of that, because you kind of had worked out where each character stands and where they're coming from and what their kind of philosophies are. The conversations happen very naturally because you then know that Ætherian's going to be like, let's rush in, And Jor's going to be like,
Right.
maybe not. Let's make a plan. And then Gideon's just going to come out with some like wacky stuff that's, whatever.
Right.
And Ludwig is going to be there making snide remarks the whole time. If anything, like Zephyriel, out of those guys at least, is the most kind of level-headed one of like, all right, let's get in there. Let's do the mission. Let's so on. So,
right.
But even though he has this kind of chaotic element to his nature as well, I feel like Zephyriel, he's more like controlling the chaos. He's more about controlled chaos, and he has his trident and things like that, as if he has this conflict of elements, and he's all about storm and the thunder and so on. So it's like he has this kind of almost inner storm, and it's like controlled chaos. Whereas Gideon, on the chaotic as a chaotic counterpart, he's kind of the opposite in the way that he's almost just like unleash chaos, like embrace chaos, just like revel in, Gideon spends like most of his time just kind of being amused by everything. And in a way, you kind of like, I feel like Gideon's the character I'd probably want to be the most, just because it seems like he's having the most fun. Kind of just enjoying everything, good or bad. It's all just like, wow, look what's going on.
Well, it's almost like too, it's like he has like the lowest stakes. Like it's like he feels, it's like he knows like he'll survive, and maybe the outcome doesn't matter as much to him as it does to like the other guys. So it's just like, oh, look at what's happening. Yeah, let's do that. Like how you said, it's just enjoying yourself without having as maybe as high stakes as some of the other Rangers kind of have in this.
Right.
Yeah.
And interestingly, in terms of their sort of like ether alignment, Jor-El and Gideon, actually both are of the blue sort of alignment to their ether color, which is interesting in that we have these two different characters who are sort of both coming at a very methodical way of thinking, but presenting it sort of very differently, with Gideon seemingly almost like chaotically, like almost unorganized, but it's really coming from his extreme hyper fascination with everything being extremely ordered and with the prime numbers, right, of course, and all that. It's a sort of, I would say, different.
That exactly that. But I think that I don't know if you've got like something there where it's like listing their ether alignments, and I don't necessarily know exactly what I put on every single one, but obviously there's the 5 monocolor ones are pretty like quite aligned with what that ether represents, and then the 2 that are like multicolored ones are Zephyriel and Gideon, and I think that we'll see exactly how that settles, but I think both of them are sort of like a mix of red and blue, which creates a natural sort of chaos in that conflict, because there is a blue element in that they are actually very intelligent and methodical, but a red element in that there's also this kind of wildness, and so I think that there's like that creates a kind of chaos in between that is exploring that kind of chaotic genius and madness kind of vibe. So I think that, and that's again what we see from Gideon's character. It's like, he's a genius. Like he can probably actually like outthink anybody and knows like technical knowledge that it's maybe even beyond the comprehension of everybody else. But then he's also a dragon that will go in guns blazing and just breathe fire everywhere, just like woohoo, just like for fun, which is like almost like he could, prepare properly and think everything through, but he also just think, but also, what the hell, like let's just have some fun, so totally chaotic in that way. But I mean, obviously Gaius is at the end of that montage, and we've spoken plenty about him, so I don't need to too much, but he's obviously the Green Ranger, so he definitely is representative of the green ether as well. And the green ether is generally more about alignment with nature, and also in the kind of space opera setting, the kind of cosmology, and so it's more about this kind of greater harmony and so on, and therefore potentially maybe a little bit more magical in terms of like when you're playing green in the TCG, it's a lot more about like generating a lot of ether. It creates this real abundance of ether, and then that gives you a lot of opportunity to pull all sorts of like really big things and stuff out of the cosmos, or create really kind of grand maneuvers and stuff. And so Gaius is pretty representative of that as well. And I think the only other thing I would say about Gaius in relation to this lineup unveil is that just like in reality, I joined the project before I was like officially going to play in the band as like a guitarist. And so originally I was primarily there to facilitate and produce and so on, without necessarily being one of the members. And in the story, it goes the same. Originally I envisioned Gaius really in that same role, being the guide that he was, especially in the previous scene. And therefore, in a Power Rangers way, it's like, he's the kind of Zordon type character.
Right.
And that's how, I initially envisioned it, or we initially envisioned it. And so that was definitely Gaius's prime role, that he wasn't necessarily even a Ranger. He was more just like the one kind of communicating with the Rangers. But then, we did have, other guitarists in the band and stuff as well. But then when they left, Ranger, asked me to like specifically take up a guitarist role. So in the same way that happens in the story, like Gaius gives Ranger free reign to choose all of the members, and he chooses Gaius as one of them.
Right. Yeah, which totally makes sense. Both for your real world role in kind of helping to bring this all together, and of course Gaius's role as somewhat of a mentor and a facilitator, and always sort of positioning himself into a supporting role. And so even here in the band, he doesn't try to come in as like the lead guitarist or like the like lead vocalist or anything, right? He comes in as a supporting member of the band. He's lending his musical energy to the band, in the way that helps to move things forward. But really, it's always for the benefit of everyone else, more so than it is ever intended to only be to benefit him. So. Now, I guess, so rounding all of that off, we now come to everyone's together. We've called together all of the Rangers, and everyone is now on the ship in this next scene, and kind of this is where you start to get to see their personalities a bit, and as we discussed a little bit. In our little pre-podcast podcast, they start to rib on each other a bit, and particularly on Nathan Murphy, who finds himself in this position of being in the presence of all of these acclaimed musicians, in his universe, who he idolizes, and he's as much of a fan of all of them as he now needs to learn to be a leader to them. And so maybe that's we can talk about that for a moment here about Nathan Murphy's sort of this duality that he's feeling, like he's seeing his plan come together, right? This is something that he's always wanted. He's always wanted to build a team like this and build a band, and a group of Rangers, and he's getting what he's always wanted right now. And some of the first conversations are about, that it's like, oh man, should we sign your helmet now? I mean, or are we gonna do this thing, right? So maybe we can chat a little bit about this scene here where he's kind of in the presence of greatness and yet has to lead them. So what's your take on that, Ranger? What your feelings on what that's like, and some parallels you may have felt there as well?
Well, I absolutely love it. And yeah, it's one of those things where, even with the guys in real life, when I kind of had the idea to put together this band and stuff, and um, when I would reach out to folks and stuff, and they would say, yeah, or sure, or, or they'd be passionate about it and want to join. I mean, it just made me feel just like, so, yeah, just so humbled, it's like that these guys, would be willing to join up for a group like this. And that's kind of just how it is, I think, in the episode. It's like Nathan makes like the choices and stuff like that. But then now he's like facing them all, and then, yeah, like you said, it's like he's almost like starstruck. Like he almost just wants to go around and like shake all their hands and be like, wow, you're so cool. This, and then, yeah, you have Ludwig who says, cute, should we all sign your helmet before we go? And, I mean, I just love that line. It's just so good.
Right.
And, Nathan was probably in the back of his head thinking like, you would you sign my helmet? That I'd love that. That'd be great. Like, I don't think he'd turn him down if he came like he, yeah. So it's like, yeah, he's just in awe of all these guys and their talent. And then the fact that they're all here to join the cause, which it's almost like Nathan hasn't thought that all the way through yet. It's like, yeah, you there is a mission to be done. They're not here for a meet and greet, And so I love that Gaius is kind of the one who basically just kind of simmers everything down, and he's like, Nathan, focus, like, keep things in perspective here, remember what you're gathered to do here. And then that's when Nathan kind of settles down a little bit, and that's when he starts thinking like, okay, yeah, you're right. This is what we got to go do. And that's how like kind of the plan comes to fruition is, like William mentioned before, is Aetherian's kind of like, let's just go in guns blazing. And then Jor's like, that'd be like a suicide mission, and so that's when Nathan is kind of like, I believe it's Ludwig and Jor.
Like, suicide.
Yeah, right. You're right.
He just comes out with these really like unnecessarily dark things.
Yeah, and it's like, wow. Yeah, it's like, okay, like, but yeah, it's like that's when the plan kind of comes into play. Is that Nathan then kind of gets different teams together to go do stuff, and then who was it, William? Was it Ætherian, or who was it that says, and what are you going to do, Ranger, or whatever?
Yeah, it's Ætherian, because again, Ætherian is like, he's very confrontational, so he just like is like calling Nathan out quite a lot. And he's putting pressure on him throughout. He starts getting annoyed, like, get on with it already.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do? So he's very confrontational as a character, and he just puts that straight on Nathan, just like, and what are you doing?
Right.
Yeah, and he's not afraid to just be direct. And then he's like, yeah, I'll get to the console. Nathan's like, I'll get to the console. And then so then they're off, right? And then it's like the next scene, you see they're like back in the city streets, and get to go take on the Syndicate, this base, and shut all this down, because Nathan had seen what they're working on and all that. So, so they
I mean, this whole sequence is like, the thing about the ship is like, we saw each character introduced individually, and then we have this kind of transition scene where we throw them all in a room together and just watch them interact. And then, as you say, the core thing in this scene is really how this now falls onto Nathan, and once again he has to kind of step up. And so he's like got this conflict of this like fanboy that's like, hang on a minute, you gotta step up and lead. As you were talking about with Gaius as well, it's like exactly as you say, Gaius doesn't then try and control the situation. He goes to Nathan and says to like, Nathan, focus, is in like for him to do it. And so that's that, like, Gaius talks a lot in that scene directly with Nathan, where it's like calling him to action, but then from there on, like in the group setting, he kind of speaks generally as little as possible. funnily enough, he got more lines than he was meant to, just because like there were a few lines that got missed from some of the other guys, which is something that happens when you're producing these things. And I was mixing it and putting it together, so I was like, oh man, there's a line missing there, there's a line missing there, and obviously it's like, okay, I can reach out to those guys to do that, but all right, I'll just give them to Gaius and I'll rework them so it makes sense that Gaius now says this. So there was just a couple of little ones like those, but otherwise, yeah, it's pretty minimal. Of course, in that scene, Gaius kind of offers the exposition of revealing the stage, and they kind of talk about how this works with the Rangers, that again, Zephyriel is quite pragmatic, and it's like, okay, this is great, the plan, but what if it fails and the kaiju does get loose? And then that's where Gaius kind of comes in with, like, he reveals the stage on the spaceship and how, and again, he speaks in this kind of mystical kind of way, like he's very sort of poetic and philosophical, and like Ludwig is like, okay, in English, what does that mean exactly? Again, kind of calling out the whatever, and then it reveals this thing about how by playing music together, they're able to like create this greater power. And it's still sort of a little bit ambiguous at the moment, but it's led on to the fact that how the ship can actually morph as well, like, and transform into something that would be powered by their music. So that's also gets set up in that scene. And then yeah, of course they're like, okay, let's go do it then. And then we move into that scene that, you're talking about, Ranger, where they land on the ground and they go ready to infiltrate the base. And this whole segment, it's kind of just all action from here, right? But this segment is really fun. So, it starts with Nathan obviously giving the orders. So Ranger, maybe you can carry on from there.
Yeah, I mean, I just love it. It's like, he gives the orders, and one thing that's cool too is seeing some of the characters interact like even more like with each other. It's like, because we're not all like in one group anymore. They're, it's like, I think it's Jeor and Ludwig. They go to stealthily take down some guards. Ludwig does his shadow shroud, and Jeor takes him out with the elven arrows, and things like that. So they all kind of have their own missions. And then, it's funny, because talking about Gideon just being chaotic, he kind of makes the whole plans go awry. Because he goes in and kind of sets the, gets them alerted, that they're out there. And then, who is it that says, I think it's Ludwig, right? He's like, nothing like a fire-breathing dragon, or nothing says stealth quite like a fire-breathing dragon, right? And it's like, oh man, so
just totally
the whole
snarky,
just snarky, and it's like they were trying to do things, methodical and whatever, but then
just boom,
it goes all right out the window.
It starts to segment the group in that way. So Jor and Ludwig, they're the stealthy ones, and they're sneaking in. They go into the plan. But I mean, they say, watch out, there's more incoming or whatever. And then it's Ætherial and Gideon that just go haywire. It's Ætherial that starts it. He says, like, there's like, oh no, there's more coming, and he's just like, destroy evil.
You're go.
Starts mowing them down like crazy, which triggers Gideon. Gideon's like, ooh, and
cool.
Just, like, starts flying over, breathing fire over. And again, he's just enjoying it. He's like, woohoo!
He's just having a blast.
Roast him and toast him, And so he's just like having fun, and then just like setting a massive fire when they were meant to be like sneaking in. All the alarms come off, and then the other ones are pretty much just like,
and anyone who,
it's like, here we go.
Remark. He's like
anyone who's
like
ever played,
how stealthy,
Just gonna say, very, very much tying back to some D&D inspiration here. Totally. That anyone who's ever played will know that any plan you ever make in D&D is going to be foiled by something like that, and eventually someone's cast fireball, or you have to fight the most evil thing of all in D&D, which is like a door. Just trying to open the door is always the hardest thing. But and as it always ends up being, it's it just every plan goes awry and turns into just absolute chaos. And this scene really captures this feeling of we're starting off right all with we know what we're gonna do. We're gonna go in quiet and stealthy. Things start going crazy, but what doesn't happen is the group falling apart, right? What we see is the group coming together, and even when things don't go as sort of initially planned, we see them coming in, and we see Ranger himself, of course, coming in and sort of rounding everyone up and like, we're gonna do this thing, and everyone starts fighting side by side, and then of course we move into an absolute hilarious scene with Vitalis Vizic, right, and Gideon.
That comes in, so. Well, first we have the commando enter. So I mean, they have
that's like a big reveal.
All hell breaks loose. They go into this crazy battle, and Dr. Vizic, the scientist, is like, welcome Rangers, we've been expecting you, all that good stuff, and how like they're about to unleash the kaiju, and they're gonna make a tasty snack for it, and so there's just like Syndicate troops everywhere, and they're just in this big battle now. So Nathan's going to get to the console, and then the commando swoops in, which is a character that's just introduced at this point, and she's this sort of almost like evil ranger type, counterpart, working for the Syndicate, and she's super brutal. She comes in with the jetpack and the flamethrower, and she's just super heavy duty, like really, really cool. And I mean, she's so brutal. And then this, of course, ties into this thing early on. Maybe Ranger, do you want to talk about that?
It's just interesting. Cause at first, it's like she's talking to Nathan as if she knows who he is, and then Nathan's even like, excuse me, ma'am, do I know you? And I just always thought that was funny. Anyway, it's a big there's battle everywhere. But Nathan's just kind of like, oh, do I, excuse me, ma'am,
having a chat.
Do I know you? Yeah, and I just thought it was just a really funny thing. I could just picture everything happening all around, but now it's just kind of like,
the battle is actually quite funny. As far as like battles go, there's lots of funny things happening in it, like despite all that's going on. And but I mean then it gets pretty brutal, right?
Yeah, and then it turns out that she was the one who killed Nathan's parents, and little Tommy. And the way she describes it too is pretty vicious, to Nathan. Just like, oh yeah, I remember, basically like crushing their skulls, like under my boot. Like it's just intense, and obviously that hits Nathan like a truck. It just, I almost picture him just almost like falling to his knees in that moment, just kind of like, no, like, how could this be? It's like
super personal, right? This isn't just like
super
some
personal
trooper that they were expecting to fight. Like this is like as personal as it gets,
Right. Yeah, and it's like these distant memories already have so much impact on him, even though they are like distant memories. He's like a grown fella now, and this all happened when he was young, but now it's like it's all becoming like all too real again. Any movement past this stuff that he's made since meeting Gaius and putting the Rangers together and stuff, and kind of putting himself back together again, almost just feels like it's all going to come crashing down again by her showing up and her being the one responsible for all that. And so of course they tussle, and then Ætherial, is like, die, and
what I like
blast her again.
Again, this is the part of like, how much comedy is in the scene, because I like, especially in the audio format, I like this for an action sequence. It's like, if you're watching an action sequence in a film, you can do a lot of cool stuff. You can show all sorts of special effects and
Right.
set pieces and whatever. Whereas in audio, you're a bit restricted. And I mean, personally, if I'm listening to an audio and it stays a long time on just a battle scene, especially without narration, it's like, okay, there's not much happening. So the fact that there's all these kind of like quips going on, and just like the characters keep showing their personality, and there's also kind of a lot of funny stuff happening, that just makes the whole thing really like over the top. And so Ludwig comes in with his sarcastic comment just about, oh, she seems nice.
Oh yeah.
After she comes out with like the most savage thing ever, she's like, oh yeah, she's and then she just like rips the flamethrower, like, and Gideon's like, oh, she got a flamethrower, touche.
Yeah. And I think
Again,
isn't that when and I think that isn't that when Zephyriel's like, oh, Gideon, why not stop the commentary? Like, you have wings. Like, get to the console. Like, we're clearly all bogged down. Again, he's like, we're clearly all fine. Yeah, like, I guess. And it's like, dude, you're the one that can fly.
All right, fine.
Yeah,
and do the work.
It's like now he has to go do that. Yeah.
And
almost like getting sent to your room, as a kid. It's like, I was like watching, the movie on TV.
I was having a good time. She brought the flamethrower out. They were like having a moment. Fine, I'll get back to, actually doing something productive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, funny that you mentioned, I was just gonna go back super quick to the fact that this is all being done in this audio drama kind of format. That it needs to work at the level of you can just listen to it, right? And so this is an action scene, but you can't just have 15 minutes of gunfire sound effects, and flamethrower sound effects. I mean, and so you get all the dialogue and stuff, and of course, being an action scene, it is funny that there is so much sort of humor, even with sort of the very dark element of the commando, this sort of reveal that the commando had thought that she had even killed Ranger as a child, right? And and oh no, but yet here he is.
She's come to finish what she started.
Right, exactly. And yet, almost an homage, back to, obviously sort of Power Rangers as a series. One of the things that happens in that, being the fact that all the action is happening with these characters fully masked, you don't get to see their faces. And so even in that format, they had to rely a lot on commentary and quips and on all those sort of things. And so it's sort of funny that we have that parallel here in then sort of like that inspiration.
Exactly. That's it. It's like to lean into that. I mean, I love how the original Power Rangers was made, in that they like repurposed all that footage from Japan. So every time it actually cuts to the action sequences, the actors aren't even there. It's just like suddenly in Japan, and there's a bunch of Japanese stunt people in there doing martial arts, and then, as you say, they just dub it over with like funny quips and catchphrases, and again, it just creates this really like wacky thing that's so much larger than life that you would never, in reality, in like a real war, you'd never have people just coming out with all these like silly catchphrases and stuff. But that's just so much what is like part of these kind of almost cartoonish kind of TV shows and movies and stuff that just makes it fun, and adds this kind of larger than life action quality. So exactly that, we're not even showing all the martial arts and whatever and all the wicked spells that are going on. Yeah, okay, you do have all the sound effects. You do have a flamethrower and you do have all these lasers going on and whatever. Right. But yeah, we had to lean like even harder into those kind of things. And I think that it's just like, because it's a battle, yeah, you have those sound effects and you have a visual there that shows you that you're in a battle, that tells you that. But it's like what's going on in the story is like, also a chaotic whirlwind of emotion, that is then reflecting the battle. So the fact that you have this character coming in and he's super intense and super dark, but then you also have totally silly things happening all at the same time, is like that gives you this kind of heightened feeling of the battle just in how chaotic this is. Like, what am I meant to feel? Like, this is going on over there, this is going on over there. So that's how it's kind of done in that way, So
one last thing, because I know the next part in the episode is where things start to transition out, and the big kaiju is sort of now unleashed upon the city and all that. But the ridiculously funny sequence between Gideon and the scientist Physic there, where Gideon is sort of almost so appreciative and really genuinely admiring this bad guy, because he's almost in awe of this thing that he built, and oh wow, we can after you shut everything down, we should really sit down and have a great chat about numbers.
We're actually colleagues, we're both mad scientists, right?
Right.
But it's almost begrudgingly
respect here.
Yeah. It's almost begrudgingly that Gideon's but I'm with these guys. They told me to do that. I have to shut this down. Yeah, you can understand. But after you do that, though, then we're cool. We're chilling. Yeah. But I mean, unfortunately, I got to shut this down.
And what makes it so hilarious is that he plays along with it for a moment or two, until then we find out that he's no, but actually, I built it all using composite numbers, and I hate prime numbers.
And Gideon's
you monster.
Not the prime numbers, anything but the prime numbers. Now it's personal, And again, that was just a totally absurd moment. And again, it's just this little thing that Gideon threw out there, the thing that this character is obsessed with prime numbers. It's all right, you got to just work with that. And so something had to happen in this scene, that made it interesting, that gives twists to the intention of what's going on.
How could the scientists actually enact this if Gideon has them? So it's something
exactly. So it's almost, again, it's that thing of we have, this is contrasted. This is going on at the same time. There's a really personal, emotional standoff with the commando and Nathan. Yeah. Which is where we are most invested in the story. Right. So the fact that the element that is playing against that is just completely absurd and chaotic and just whatever. Again, it captures the vibe of the Rangers team. You know what I mean? And and what's the whole thing here, and the whole story and the whole dynamic that is going on here of there's this really intense emotional moment, but there's just absurd, silly, chaotic stuff happening everywhere. And again, I think that is Gideon's character in a nutshell just shows you that it's he's practically chilling through the battle, especially right before that, he's just enjoying the show, and then he's told to why don't you go and shut the console down, fine. It's again, he's got this vibe where he's this dragon dude, he's probably ancient as well. He doesn't have that. He's almost fearless. He doesn't actually, we discussed earlier, it's he feels not really that threatened. It's all actually pretty low stakes for him. He's just kind of along for the ride. And so that's that chaotic neutral aspect to him, is that he's actually super intrigued by science and this. So then he has almost this professional respect for the mad scientist of it's actually pretty interesting what he's got going on here. And I think this shows us what is ultimately the flaw of this character is, in theory, he's potentially the most powerful one, or could do the most damage, the most, whatever. But his drawback is that he's so kind of chaotic that at any moment he could just whatever. And what he does here is he just gets duped. It's just ridiculous. It's it's so silly. And he's hyper intelligent, and just gets fooled in the most stupid way because of the chaos, the chaotic element. Right. And I think that's the thing. It's he's not been like it's not like through a lack of intelligence that he's been duped here. It's through sheer just like, absurdity basically. And so, so yeah, he goes and grabs the scientist and is like, yeah, shut the machine down. And the scientist literally just manages to appeal to him as if like they're comrades, in science. and so yeah, cool. Of course I'll shut the console down. Just let me go. And I'm like, okay, sweet. And then obviously it's just like, lol, jokes, kaiju. And it's just like, and then like Gaius is like, oh, for goodness sake, or something like that, I think, or it's just like the general vibe of like, oh. Again, that same thing of it descending into pure chaos, like whatever the plan was, whatever, just go completely out the window. We're all doing a good job, everyone's battling, everyone's doing whatever, and then just the most stupid thing ever.
Yeah.
And now
it's like they had it in the bag.
Great job. Yeah,
like they had it in the bag. Like Gideon literally had the guy. Like it's the end. But no, because of the chaos, like you said, it all just goes up in smoke, and the kaiju gets released, and then it's like we got to fall back. Like we got this giant kaiju coming out. Let's fall back, And I think the commander's like, "Run, Rangers!" Whatever. They think that they're like actually retreating, but they're not like
up, Scotty,
surrendering. It's like it's like they just get back to the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And then boom, cue Rangers go. That's when you get that. And it just
like, that's it. Plan B. Plan A failed. Now we need to get on stage. We need to see what happens when we morph the ship.
And I feel like it just packs such a punch in the story episode. Like it was already insanely cool. Like the video and the song and stuff. Obviously, I love it. But then like when you're watching through this whole story episode and then you get all up to that moment and then it's like, let's mech time, let's do the music. And then the song comes on, it carries an additional weight even, kind of like in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It's like, it's like, obviously we all love the theme song moment. And it's like, obviously we all love the theme song and stuff. And I mean, to get so hype, but then especially when they need to really take things up a notch and get in the Megazord to battle the big guy, or it's like, you think they're down and out, but then they get back up. And then once that music kicks in, that theme song, oh, it's over for the bad guys. It's time. The Power Rangers are just, going to take them to town. This is kind of how the song like lands in this story episode for me. It's just like, oh, this is so tight. And then you have all new context also behind seeing like the mech and the kaiju battle and all the different Rangers. It's just so sick. It's just so tight.
Yeah, and maybe two sort of observations here. One being that as traditionally happens in Power Rangers, right? They don't start off with the big mech, right? We don't go in with the Megazord to just squash the bad guys like ants,
fighting little guys.
Exactly. Which of course, is just more fun to watch on screen, them, kind of building up to the battle and everything. But also it is explained even in the context of that show. I think in the very first episode, where Zordon basically gives them the ultimate command that they're never to use more force than is necessary, right? And so they're never allowed to just start off by squashing the bad guys like bugs, right? I mean, even if they could do it, they shouldn't do that, right? It would be
We'd
fun.
miss all of that quippy, dialogue and fun stuff with the
exactly right. But we see here that and maybe for perhaps a slightly different reason, they weren't necessarily commanded not to do that in Power Metal Rangers here, but the team, right? They're trying to be intelligent. They're trying to be smart about it. They know that if they just go in guns blazing right off the bat, that like they could just unleash the kaiju and probably destroy.
It's like they said, plan A, they're just going to sneak in, they're going to shut the console down, the kaiju will never get out. That's the ideal plan that they make. Right. And then, what if the kaiju does get out, though? all right, then we're gonna have to go to plan
The
B.
backup.
So it's totally a similar setup. There's no doubt about it.
One of the really cool things that we see is the fact that the battle and the mech, the huge sort of mech, the ship transforms, right, and all the Rangers go back aboard the ship, and now we're in Plan B, and as we'll see as a theme throughout LovAnaverse is that music isn't just music, right? Music has real power here. And in fact, in this case, we see that the band's music is sort of like literally what enables the ship to become the big giant fighting robot mech, and it sort of fuels it. And so it's not just them playing a cool song. They're really making this happen by way of their music, which I think sort of is thematically interesting in the fact that this really, as we've all kind of discussed here, that the coming together of the band, that the sort of the unifying element is the unity itself, and so so that combined with the fact that these are really magical musicians using magical music to fuel this ship is really cool. So maybe we can just now we're in the battle, they're fighting the kaiju, and we can kind of chat about the song, because of course this is sort of like the ultimate moment in the episode in a way, is the song and the band sort of like using it as a means to fight evil, right? And so what do we make of that? Certainly this has very strong implications in both in the episode and in real life. So what do we make of the song here? And what was the experience like of like sort of putting that all together in for the show?
Well, I mean, like I was saying before, it's like I just love how the song kind of fits into this episode. It really is kind of like a fist in the air moment. It's like, whoa, man, it really packs a punch. And I also love like how the first song that we released is Power Metal Rangers Go. It really did almost kind of turn out to be a real sort of like theme song, for like the band. It's a rallying, cry. It even kind of introduces them, and then that chorus, the melody and stuff. It really kind of captures everything that the Power Metal Rangers are about. So I think it's like the perfect moment in this first story episode. It's like this is the first time they've all actually come together. And yeah, they're playing the song, and it's like this is the Rangers. Like this is who we are, and
Right.
With that power that they were able to play musically there in the ship, they're able to overcome the kaiju, and yeah, it's just such an epic moment. That again, it just within this episode, it just lands so well. It's just super hype. Even though I've seen the music video a million times, I've listened to Rangers Go a billion times. When I was watching through the story episode and that moment hit, it was almost like watching and listening to that song for the first time again. It just had a different kind of impact to it, and I was like, man, that's so tight. It really felt like that Mighty Morphin Power Rangers moment where things are they're leveling up, baby. It's like things are getting serious, that this killer tune kicks in and you just get pumped. So yeah, I mean, that's just, I just love it,
Yeah.
I think for me, this is like the thing that, just inspires me more than anything else, like it's the combination of the music and the storytelling. And I just think that more and more, I've always loved music my whole life, but the more and more I've progressed, I've kind of moved into this direction that, especially with, what we're doing here, that I'm just listening to music and I'm imagining like more, like music is a wonderful format of art, but it's very abstract. It's like a moment, a few minutes to sit in like a feeling, but, and it feels very powerful, and so it's like, it's a complex emotion and a feeling that you sit in. But and if it's good music, it's like, but it always feels like there's so much more to it, so much more that that kind of goes into it that you don't necessarily get out of that. And I just think that it's almost like you can listen to any song and think, what's the story here? And I mean, especially in pop music, and by pop music I mean like everything post like classical music, I'm so like metal music and everything as well. Is that it adds that pop culture element to it. Like, it has a huge part of it, not just the song by itself, but who the singer is and the tone of their voice, and therefore like who they are as a person, or what they represent, the kind of vibe they have, the aesthetic of the band, whatever it is. These are all like really key components to it. And therefore what I've become just so fascinated by is going further into that. And we spoke about this before with, plenty of bands, especially like power metal bands, maybe having characters and stuff as a sort of gimmick. But I'm kind of obsessed with this idea of taking that a step further. And I just, therefore, when I'm creating music, I practically always have this in mind now. That's what actually really inspires me, is like when I'm creating a song, I'm just thinking, yeah, but what's not only this song about, but what's the whole story with this, and therefore, and I just feel like it enhances the whole experience to actually create that. And I think that, I think that's the main thing I'm looking for, is opportunities to explore that. And Power Metal Rangers is just an ultimate one. It's just so perfect. And I think that Ranger and I have been able to connect in that way, where it's like we can really click on that kind of vision. And so to be able to create songs that then go into stories like this, like it just works so well. I believe, in my humble opinion or whatever, at least for me, this is like the most creatively fulfilling thing to make. And so exactly that, like, and you said this, Matt, as well, is like, it's not about putting together like some kind of bit of story as a gimmick to then play a song at the end. It's a bigger piece of art, and the song is like the real, like the cherry, it's like the gem of the whole thing. There's no doubt about it. But it's a part of the whole thing, and that's what I want to achieve with this, is the songs are better for the context of that. Like, it offers a platform to make the song even more enjoyable and more, of course I always want the songs to be good enough to stand alone, no doubt about that. Of course, you make the best song you can make. But I just like to think that LovAnaverse episodes in general that have songs in them offer a platform to really appreciate a song on like a whole other level, like to get a load more depth out of it. So much so that I think that hopefully people could enjoy this even if they're not fans of power metal and whatever, because anybody can enjoy a good story. And I think that if you're really brought into that enough, it gives you a level of insight and appreciation to the style of music for that context, and I think that it totally makes sense that like if you just follow the story and imagine what the band would sound like, it sounds like this. You know what I mean? Like, that's exactly what you would expect them to sound like. It wouldn't make sense if they sounded like anything else. And so, I always found it a marvel. Like, I just loved Metalocalypse so much as a teenager. It was totally ridiculous show. And I just remember like how many people enjoyed listening to Death Clock just because of the show. And they didn't listen to death metal. Death metal is like totally antisocial music that, they would never normally listen to. But because of the context of it in the show, they really enjoy listening to it because it adds this extra context and it's funny and it's, whatever. So, yeah, I think, that's a big part of it. And the other just little kind of like fun thing that I would say about the song section of the episode and the music video, obviously kind of in contrast to the battle scene before, we're not having quips and dialogue or anything going on. You've just got the song going on. So there is a lot more going on visually. We are actually watching a battle take place. And so when it came to like what are we actually going to put in this video? Okay, we know that there's going to be like a battle, but like what's that actually going to look like? So when I was putting that together, I just watched a bunch of like old kaiju movies, especially scenes of just like the kaiju battle scenes, especially some of the old ones are so fun, you know, just like some of those old Japanese productions and things like it's just a thing of its own, you know. And I kind of especially based it roughly off of Godzilla versus King Kong in like like 1960 or maybe 60 or 70s. I can't remember exactly, but an old Japanese one anyway, with Godzilla versus King Kong. And I just thought like, yeah, how are you going to tell a story here without any dialogue? And I just watched especially that one, and I just thought, you know what, it's pretty straightforward. There's two big things going at each other, and you know what happens is, you know, like you know, at one point, like Godzilla, you know, manages to overcome King Kong and like knock him down, and he's there lying on the ground, just like defeated. And you know, Godzilla's just like throwing rocks at him and stuff, and it's like, that's it, he's down and out. And then just as Godzilla thinks like, yeah, that's it, I got him, you know, Kong just makes this triumphant kind of standoff, and he goes and like charges Godzilla. And I just thought, yeah, that's it. That's perfect. Like, because this, you know, that's a bit of story. It's like they're battling, and and then this one hits that one, and then this one, and then that's it. Boom, that one's knocked down. But like, whoa, he got back up, and here's this epic comeback, and then so that's you know, that kind of story element that is minimal but happening throughout the music video is like went for that exact same thing. Of course, the ship, the mech gets knocked down and is like down and out, and we're like, oh no. And then it kind of goes into that breakdown section, which, funnily enough, I thought we wrote the song first, so this wasn't like preconceived, but it then plays this theme that was like da, 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 like this kind of darker theme. And so that ended up like I ended up taking that and using that as the theme for the Excelsius Legion throughout the episode. So whenever they're like on screen, you have that theme playing through and variations on that theme. And I thought that just worked perfectly with the song of like when the Rangers are kind of down and out and it looks like they've been defeated, we get this kind of oppressive, dark theme for the Excelsius Legion. Like, oh no, they're actually going to win. And then it comes into this solo section where that's it. Each Ranger is going to take this to a whole other level, and they all play like their own solo. And then this just adds this another level of charge to the mech, which then is able to get up and come back and eventually overthrow the kaiju. So all of that manages to happen within just the context of like whilst they're playing, you know, this song for a few minutes, you know. So yeah, it's really fun.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is you know, the song itself, of course, the kind of lyrical content there is it's really about the Power Metal Rangers themselves.
It really is like, we are the Power Metal Rangers, you know. It's their like introduction, you know, as Ranger said, really their theme song kind of puts it back, you know.
No, very, very much. I mean, and but even there, you know, the you know, part of the song is about the idea of that it's a ragtag group of heroes, right? But they've come together, they've come to like heed the call, right? And all that, and so you know, the fact that they're here battling the kaiju is not to say that it's like it's secondary, but it's really more of like that's the natural consequence of everything coming together, you know, in the way that the Power Metal Ranger, that Ranger himself, you know, Nathan Murphy, you know, had always hoped could happen, but now it's happening in the most ultimate way possible. And so, of course, it's like the most epic song ever. And I mean, it really is, really badass. I mean, the music is fantastic. But all that to say, this song, as you mentioned, it of course it stands alone as a song. It really does work in that way. But like, and for me personally, when I listen to music, I've always been of the mindset that I want to listen to albums, as much as possible. So I very rarely do I just listen to one song from an album. I'll be like, oh, today's the day I'm going to listen to that album, and I'll just play it, throughout the day or whatever. And I've always also loved albums that tell a story. And I mean, to me, that's like sort of the ultimate kind of form of music is as a form of storytelling, and which this does. And so in this episode, is sort of, it's not even so much that you have this cool story with a cool song. The song is really just the culmination of everything in the episode, all coming together into this one absolutely awesome moment, where we finally get to see the Power Metal Rangers as a team, bringing their power into the world to as a form of good, as a force of good. So I think, all that being said, we of course, obviously they defeat the kaiju, but importantly, the threat of the bad guys is not over, right? And we know that they haven't sort of just vanquished all evil. They haven't defeated the mad scientist. They haven't defeated the Empress, right? So there's still plenty left to explore in the world of Power Metal Rangers.
And if anything, it's like they have more of a target on their back now, because now you have the Empress and stuff. It's like now they know that Nathan Murphy's still alive. Power Metal Ranger did not die all those years ago, and now there's a team. And not only that, but now they just foiled their big kaiju project, and stuff. So I think the last line of the whole episode is the Empress is telling the scientist and the commander, destroy the Power Metal Rangers, and the beast is like, dumb, it's just this foreboding thing. It's like now they're going to be gunning for them now, whereas before it's like the Rangers, they kind of went to this base,
they underestimated them. Like, I mean, they laughed at Nathan Murphy when they first captured him. They mocked him for like being a wannabe hero or Power Metal Ranger, lol.
Right.
So they totally underestimated them, exactly as I say, like the commander. We underestimated them, it won't happen again,
right.
And as you say, now they've seriously messed with the plans of not only this syndicate, but like some alien empire there that is clearly like a major scale threat. This is
they've poked the hornet's nest for sure.
Right.
And I love doing that. So I mean, this kind of epilogue is broken up into two parts. We have the song, and that is the climax of the story. And again, audio driven format, like a song makes sense for like that's your peak moment. It's like that's when it's almost like the story gets so intense that is our action. Really is like the peak of action is the song. Most often in a lot of episodes, and so it kind of climaxes there, and they they're successful in beating the kaiju, which is quite a phenomenal feat, and we get to see how awesome the Rangers are, and they have achieved that of coming together. But yeah, as you say, this is really just the start. So the first part of the epilogue is the Rangers being like, wow, look what we've actually achieved, which is wonderful. And there's this moment to reflect on the journey as well, where Nathan especially says, like, you know, a week ago it was just me and FOMO on a beat up old ship, you know, and now, you know, look what we've done. And it's just a moment to reflect and show you the transformation of the character and the journey that they've gone through. Like, it feels like such an epic quest, even in just 48 minutes for this whole episode. It's like, wow, this is really being like a big journey, you know? And and it ends really positively, because they're like, they say, what's next? And it's like, this is it now. This is the statement of intent for the Rangers. We go from world to world, you know, city by city. We're gonna say, you know, defend those that need our help, and so on. So we're like, hell yeah. Like, we end the song thinking the Rangers are awesome, and they're gonna go all about the galaxy kicking ass. Like, you know, let's go. And it's like, it can end there, and it, you know, it's totally viable to end it there and just leave it on this total, like, upbeat, you know, it kind of does. It's almost like a false ending. It's like, you know, leaves it on this, like, Rangers, you know, let's go type thing, and FOMO meow, and the nice rise of the orchestra, and then whoosh. But then it kind of gets this, but wait, zoom, and we transition to the epilogue of the baddies. And exactly as you say, Matt, like, they all survived, you know, they unleashed a massive kaiju, which is a pretty effective distraction, and all got away.
Right.
And exactly as you said, Ranger, like, now they really have it out for the Rangers. Like, now this is like, this is personal. You know, you guys have failed. We underestimated those guys. Like, no joking around now. They need to be destroyed. You know?
Right. Yeah.
And so it's that same thing, right? We have this statement of intent for, wow, the Rangers are awesome heroes. They're going to go about saving the galaxy. But we also are actually left on this hook of, they're going to have some serious opposition to contend with, you know, like, they have really, like, ruffled some feathers now, and you know, the stakes are high from now on, you know.
Right. On the flip side, where clearly the bad guys underestimated the Rangers, in a way, early on, Nathan underestimated himself, right? He didn't think he was going to be able to do this. He underestimated what he was capable of putting together and what he was able to pull off. And perhaps, Ranger, you yourself at some point maybe underestimated yourself, because look what you've put together and look how cool this all is.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, releasing this and releasing the song is the parallel to that scene, I would say.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you, Ranger?
Yeah. So it all did come together.
And I would also say, though, is that, you know, it's like you have those big moments there at the end. The Rangers are going to go out and, you know, do good around the galaxy, and then the villains are, you know, focused on destroying them now. But I also think, too, is like, yes, you saw that arc with Nathan, but his arc is not finished, you know, and I think people can relate to that. And I myself, again, it's like, kind of comes and goes in waves. You know, you may underestimate yourself or think you're not worth something or as good at something or whatever. And then you have moments where you get lifted up and you're like, oh yeah, I can do this. But the next thing you know, you kind of back to thinking, oh no, you know, I can't do this, whatever. So it's always a work in progress. And, you know, that's something I look forward to exploring, like with Nathan as well. As far as that goes, that, he's not just now cured of those, you know, negative thoughts or self-doubt. You know, self-doubt's always going to be present.
Being, right?
No.
There's no human being is. He doesn't ride off into the sunset now. And as you say, they destroyed all evil, and you know, the galaxy is restored, and Nathan is Superman now, and you know, it's exactly that. It's like, you know, they have a positive moment here in it, and it shows what they're capable of. But also, we're only just getting started. You know, this was still, again, we have had a lot of sense throughout the episode of, you know, the scale of things. Like, you know, Nathan says early on, like, I can barely protect, you know, a single neighborhood, let alone this city, let alone the galaxy, you know. So this was a big threat, and in the local area, that they were able to mitigate. Again, the monster still got out, and all the baddies got away, and have a ton of resources. So this is definitely just the start. But they enjoy their little moment there, and it's this is the story of the beginning, and how they come together. But as you say, it's very much like a foundation. Like, we now know Nathan Murphy, and everything that is Nathan Murphy, is we've got to carry on forward, and it's not it's a boost to the confidence for sure, but there's obviously going to be other setbacks and moments, and he's going to have to deal with those conflicts and stuff he has on an ongoing basis, and then there's going to be many more curveballs and stuff to test him, and then there's a group dynamic as well, so there's more to be explored in all of those characters and the interactions and the way that they might push and pull one another. So it's just the start, and I think that I'm really happy with how this episode is definitely, for me, I think is very satisfying as a standalone story. Because it's maybe short for a film, but it kind of is almost film-like in how much it's able to cover. And I mean, honestly, if you were going to adapt this into a film, you could literally just add a few more scenes, and the story is full enough here for this to be like a complete arc that then maybe sets up, the sequel and so on. So it's definitely, I think a satisfying story in itself, but definitely very much the beginning. So, very, very excited, obviously, for everything else there is to come from the Power Metal Rangers. But for now, I hope that other people will be satisfied with, this story and enjoy it. Hopefully, even a fraction as much as we do.
Yeah. No, I just can't. Yeah, I mean, I'm just so stoked for people to be able to see this story episode. William, you just did phenomenal work with this, putting this all together. I think it was so great that all the band members voiced their characters. I had a blast voicing Nathan and the scientist, as we've disclosed.
Yes.
So you better believe that you'll see him again. If I have anything to say about it, he'll be back. Yeah. So
he had to go away. There's no doubt about it. We couldn't just kill a dude like that. I mean,
no. But so I mean, all this stuff is just so incredibly exciting. The debut single has been out for a while now, and now the story episode is out. So I just encourage everyone times. It's so exciting. I just can't even fathom how that this stuff is real, so it's just incredible, and I'm looking forward to more. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, I can offer my congratulations to you, Ranger, and Will, of course, both of you, having really kind of spearheaded this whole episode and the story and the song and getting everyone together. I mean, you've done something phenomenal here that doesn't happen all that often in these days. I think especially where you pulled together people from all over the world, extremely talented musicians who lended their own literal voices in voice acting, and you both yourself, of course, doing that, and as you said, this is just the beginning. And I think the last thing that maybe we can hit on super quick is the fact that this is not only the beginning for Power Metal Rangers, right, in terms of a story, but this is sort of like the opening act of Love Anarchy, the LovAnaverse, the types of stories that we can, now let people expect to start seeing, and hearing and experiencing with us as they start to come out. So maybe if you want to lead us out with that a little bit, Will? Just a quick thought on what's next.
Well, we have a lot of cool stuff in store. It's definitely really exciting to be able to bring this stuff out, and I think that there's definitely a huge component of it, of course, the vision of the wider universe. And again, I like to think that everything is made better by everything else, because there'll be a range of different things, for different people to gravitate to. And I think that, like part of the discussion we had earlier, I would like to think that, those bits from like the LovAnaverse series, for instance, will enhance Power Metal Rangers, just to have this extra context to things that are going on over there and how certain characters tie in. And then, naturally that then connects to other stuff. There's characters that appear in LovAnaverse that then appear in other things. So, that's the full picture, and so to finally kind of be in a place where that's really being realized is super exciting. We've got a lot now in store in various stages of production. At this very moment, I don't have a timetable on exactly what's coming out when. But Power Metal Rangers, we've definitely got a lot in store for this one. Like, this is a series that we're really kind of investing into, because I think that this first episode is an absolutely wonderful introduction to everything. I think it's really accessible, and again, the fact that it's like really a whole satisfying story in one episode. I just think out of everything that we've got right now, this one is a really fantastic introduction. So I do hope that people enjoy this, and it gives them a nice, first impression. And then there's going to be a range of other stuff that, I think hopefully people that enjoy the format and the kind of storytelling will enjoy the whole range of it. But, some will gravitate to certain things more than others, and, that's going to be a fun part of it. And then, of course, as we really kind of bring all of those out, we're going to turn all of these characters and everything into the trading card game, and we'll be able to roll that out and get people playing that. And, that's what's going to be so fun about the community aspect to it and the interactive kind of vibe, because I would just love that people got invested in checking out these stories and stuff and wanted to, build their own decks, like collect the cards of like their favorite characters and stuff, and represent those characters when they come and hang out with other people in the community and play, And so some people are going to want to build around stuff that's going on in the LovAnaverse episodes. Some people are just going to love Nathan Murphy and want to build around him and the Rangers, and, and make different custom combinations and so on. And again, like, the TCG allows things to tie in that way based on, the ether colors and so on. So, characters from over here will synergize really well with characters from over there, and for people to get to interact with it in that way is going to be really fun. So, there's so much there. Yeah. It's tons of work to do. It takes time, which is the most frustrating thing for me. I'd love to just boom, 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 smash it out, get it all out there. But it's happening.
That's where being a vampire is useful, though.
I try my best, as much, I can borrow to. Again, I would love to, have Gaius's supernatural abilities in this regard, but we're getting there, and so I really appreciate you guys, and of course, everybody that's a part of this in any way, and people, interested in listening to this right now, and so on. Like, first and foremost, it's all just really about building that community, and bringing people together, as you say, Matt, in this. And I really, really hope people enjoy Power Metal Rangers. I think it's, it's very, proud of that work that we've created together. And,
it's so cool. And just a quick note on community, come join us on Discord. We've got the Discord. I'm sure that'll be linked here in the video as well. You can hang out if you want to hang out with me. I'm there, but you can come hang out with Will and Power Metal Ranger. Anyone who's a fan of his channel, he's on there as well. And so there's there's lots and lots and lots of really cool people on there already. Other people that have contributed to, as Will said, some of the various other projects that are in development. Of course, the Rangers, right? We've got some of the folks on there as well. And so come hang out with us. I mean, it's just a cool place to be.
Come and hang out with us, and we really hope people enjoy what we put out. But another thing, like a focus and something that I really want to work on more and more as we move forward, is that interactivity. We want people to really be a part of it, not just spectate, and check out our cool stuff, but we want to enable more and more ways for people to actually really get involved. And so at this stage we really encourage people to come in, join the community, just hang out, and very soon the Discord will be the first place that we start kind of running the TCG, and people are able to test that out and play and have fun. And then as we go more and more forward, we're going to open up more and more opportunities for people to get involved in various ways, so exactly that. But I love hanging out with you guys. It's so much fun. And we the more people that come and hang out with us, the merrier, right?
Yeah, we're always having fun on there. I mean, anyone that ends up stopping by, you'll see that we all enjoy each other's company. We keep things fun, we keep things light, and we're all pretty silly and a bunch of nerds. So anyone who's even remotely interested in what's happening in this episode will almost certainly find a place to call home over there in the community. So. But yeah,
amazing.
Great hanging out with both of you guys. Thank you guys so much for all of your time. I mean, and I think we were good. We did good today. We were nice and brief and concise.
Straight to the point.
Under 3 hours, we did good. So nicely done, guys.
Plus the other bits. I mean, I mean, if somebody's listened through this whole thing, then thank you. You are.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
We are really grateful that you, care about this as much as we do. That is certainly an honor if people are willing to hang out with us to this extent. So.
Yeah. If you made it this far, you get a free Kaiju energy drink on the house.
Sounds good. All right, guys. Absolutely.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Hanging out again sometime soon.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Power Metal Ranger, do you want to lead us out with?
Got it, man.
Of course. Well, thank you all for tuning in. We'll catch you next time. Ranger out.